My bad. Hopefully that'll help with the noise a bit. Hello. Hello, everybody. We're streaming. And I'm avoiding video games right now. We're just going to like talk, I guess. Apparently people enjoyed the fact that I just sat there and just talked with the chatters. So we'll do that. I don't mind. Everyone, let everybody know that I'm streaming. Streaming live. And we're taking calls. Now, if you guys want to call, phone number is 202-998-5218. Speaking of which, I got to get those questions answered. Kent Hovind, I didn't get a chance to ask the questions. I have them here. Let's see. Fupa Boy saying, "Hey, Amender, haven't seen the debate yet, but I'm looking forward to watching it." Yes, hit watch later. You want to hit you want to watch the video, my most recent video, not the live. The live has lots of interruptions. I have cut out all the interruptions. There is just the debate. There was actually a good 15-20 minutes between where Kent Hovind had to leave. His battery ran out. He just wasn't ready for that debate. But yeah, you want to watch the debating Kent Hovind. Evolution is a better in fact, I think I could just link it. Here you go. That hopefully that works. Does it go through? Are you able to see that? I know, like, when it comes to YouTube, it doesn't like links. Let's see. It says here, haha, okay, I'll keep that in mind. He is such a snake. That's funny. Speaking of which, we need to make a call in to Kent Hovind. We have to call him. You can call him at his compound. Kent Hovind. Phone number. We have a phone number. Let's see. BRB Bathroom says YouTube prefers Zelda. Really? You prefer Zelda over me talking with a chat? We are taking calls. As a Christian, Kent Hovind is insufferable. You know it's bad when Kent Hovind is like when even the Christians don't like Kent Hovind. That's pretty bad. We got to be able to talk about that, where it's like that's a genuine problem. If you guys prefer Zelda, I'll go back and play Zelda. That's no skin off my back. I love Zelda. I'll play Zelda all day long. Anyway, so I do have the Kent Hovind questions here. I'll share it with the class, I suppose. Give me a moment. Yeah, so this should be it. Okay. And so what it says here is this is wild. This is wild. Hold on. I'm going to hide the chat box for just a moment, but it basically says, oh, why is that cutting off a portion? Let me yeah, okay, that's better. So it says here, Kent Hovind questions. Question 1, did God give me, a man, nipples, or did I evolve them? Why is that the first question? That was the first question. Let's see. Sacrament Shadow says, as a Christian, Kent Hovind is insufferable. And what time are you debating him? So I already debated him. BRB Bathroom says, you said YouTube does not like links. Yes, that's funny. Good one. No, okay. So if you actually click on my channel and go to videos, do so in a new tab, of course, because then you'll leave the live. But if you hit videos and hit latest, you will see debating Kent Hovind #evolution is a better explanation than the #Bible. So that's the video that you want to watch, not the live, because the live is filled with interruptions. But it's there. You can, I would just set it to watch later and then, you know, just give it a watch, because it really is an entertaining debate. It's a very good one. That, and I feel like I went through like, I went through I guess, trying to explain something to Kent that I don't think has ever been explained to him, right? Like biogeography is not exactly something that tends to be talked about. So we've already debated Kent Hovind. That's done. Highly recommend to go. Anyway, okay, so that's the first question, right? Did God give me, a man, nipples, or did I evolve them? The second question is, what does Kent Hovind think of his Wikipedia page? Go chat. We got to talk about that Wikipedia page. Bro, the Kent Hovind Wikipedia page is brutal. It is so brutal. Like, whoever wrote this did not like Kent Hovind. Let me see if I can pull it up on Chrome real quick. Is it going to pull up? Hold on, let me see. Where's Chrome? Chrome. Ah, here it is. Yeah, this is very not friendly. Yeah, okay. So you can see here, it says, Kent Hovind is an American young earth creationist and tax protester. His ministry focuses on the denial of accepted scientific knowledge in the fields of biology, evolution and abiogenesis, geophysics, cosmology, in favor of a literalist interpretation of the Genesis creation narrative found in the Bible. Hovind's views, which combine elements of creation science and conspiracy theory, are dismissed by the scientific community as a fringe theory and pseudo-scholarship. Answers in Genesis, a fundamentalist organization advocating young earth creationism, openly criticized him, continued use of discredited arguments, and abandoned by others in the movement. Hovind has established the creation science evangelism in 1989 and Dinosaur Adventureland in 2001 in Pensacola, Florida. He frequently spoke on young earth creationism in schools, churches, debates, and on radio and television broadcasts. His son, Eric Hovind, took over the operation of CSE after Hovind began serving a 10-year prison sentence in January of 2007 for federal convictions for failing to pay taxes, obscuring federal agents, and structuring cash transactions. In September of 2021, Hovind was convicted of domestic violence against his estranged wife. Bruh. This is such a brutal... This is so brutal. That is a brutal thing to say. Leon Brian Lowski says, Joe! Exclamation point. But yeah, that stuff is brutal. Brutal. Anyway, the next question I have here for Kent is, Jesus spoke in parables. If the Bible is the word of God and Jesus is God, why can't Genesis also be parable? Leon Brian Lowski is asking, is Mario Sunshine your favorite game? No. I have two favorite games of all time. And the games I would say is the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind and Half-Life 2. Those are the best games I've ever played. Those are incredible games. Joe was my way of greeting you. Nice. Or yo. Maybe you're using the Spanish version of a J, which is Y. Yo. For Kent. I believe my mom and dad had coitus a long time ago and made me. I believe by faith because I have no proof of this and I didn't see it happen. So by your logic, did I make a new religion? These are great questions. I gotta get him on the phone. I gotta get him on the phone and have the conversation. For Kent, if everything is designed, then why aren't things with a similar design more related to each other? Why isn't everything equally related? Yeah. That was another thing that I noticed, was that the debate itself, it was pretty cordial, I would say. It was cordial. Anyway, let's take a look. Maybe we can pull up some videos. React to some videos? Do you guys want to react to some videos? Since we're not playing any video games. Why does anyone have this guy on for a debate? He's been parroting the same silly talking points for decades. Someone responded here. Hey, yo, we just got a $2 dono from Anthony Blinken saying, if God is real, why not God shaped? Okay. Fupa Boy says, if you have not played Alex, you should. I have. And that is an excellent game. Absolutely excellent. I really enjoyed it. Fabulous game. Great times. Let me take a look here. Yeah. There's some comments that I'm getting from my channel, so we're gonna address some of that. Okay. Let's take a look. We'll go over some of the comments that were said. Let's see. Okay, so first comment we have here is, why does anyone have this guy on for a debate? He's been parroting the same silly talking points for decades. Yeah. For traction. It's just good for traction. Relatively small channel, and so getting my name out there is important. It's less about the debate, really. However, I figured to at least throw my hat in the ring, as I'm pretty sure most people have not taken a biogeography route. Okay. Leon is a cool dude, says, the next Professor Dave. Bruh. There ain't no freaking way I'm Professor Dave. That is a crazy compliment. Leon Brian Lowski says, my all-time favorite games are the Jack Trilogy, Metal Gear Solid 4, Mafia 2, Earthbound, and Smash Bros. Melee. Those are great games. I loved, I remember I played Jack 1. Jack 1's awesome. I recently went back to Jack 2, and the only thing that I have that I'm not a big fan of with Jack 2 is, I don't like how short it is. Like, it's only like 5 or 6, like it's not a long game. I haven't played Jack 3, but I don't know. Maybe it's worth to go back and play those. I've not played Metal Gear Solid 4 or Mafia 2. But I have played Earthbound. Earthbound's rough, dude. They're like, I remember I got thrown into like that one zombie town, and those zombies were just trucking me into the ground, and it was really hard for me to maintain like grinding and stuff. It was very difficult. The centrist says, didn't even realize that this was live. Wow. Oh, sorry. I have my... Wow. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it is live. We're taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you guys want to call in and have a discussion, we can do so. More than happy to hear you out. Let me take a look here. Let's see. Fupa Boy says Earthbound is so grindy. It is. It's one of those games. I don't mind grinds though. But with that being said, I spent, I don't know, I was going back and forth and just getting my guys killed over and over in that zombie place. And it like completely pulled me out. BRB Bathroom says, oh, phew, this is live? Then it's not all in my head. Yes, it is live. Yes, I'm live right now. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you guys want to have a discussion, we can do so. More than happy to hear you out. Let's say we do some comments on Twitch, or I'm sorry, not on Twitch, on X. Let's see. Wow, a lot of people responding to me. Hold on, just give me a sec. Says, Fupa Boy says, Seer had a great Earthbound video beating it without weapons. It looks like about 150 hours or something. Oh my God. That sounds like pain. Awolthoughts says, good morning first. How long do you plan on being on today? I'm driving right now, so I can't call in yet. I don't know. Who knows? No clue. But I have the questions here for Kent Hovind. I swear I will get these answered. Question is when, I guess. Let's see here. Centrist Perspective says, morning AWOL, how you doing today? Yeah, so here, someone is saying, after many long hours of creating fair maps, I have found what is a truly fair map the entire US would look like. If someone can show me a long and stringent district, leave me a note in the comments. There are none. Compact and fair. Okay, let me respond to this. So just FYI, you can't gerrymander a 30% approval rating. You are going to get crushed in November. Just FYI, you're not going to gerrymander a 30% approval rating. I mean, good luck. Good luck. I mean, I would be astonished. Like even in Trump's own, like where Mar-a-Lago is, which has been pretty much nothing but Republican for like forever, um, voted against Donald Trump. They went and they voted. I think it was a Democratic. It was a Democrat mayor that they voted in. So I don't care how much you gerrymander this. It's not going to result in a beneficial outcome. You're just gonna lose. AWOL says, "What's up, perspective? What's good? I'm a perspective. Oh, okay, yeah. I probably will not answer you because I'm driving. Only reason I know you spoke to me is because you first said it. I see. Get it done. Get it done." Says centrist perspective. Very cool. Let's see here. I'm still looking at some comments I'm going to see here. Awolthoughts says, I don't quite understand why you guys got so high approval ratings every time, and you're incredibly confident that Trump is going to lose all your ratings and tell you that he still wins. Yeah, so I think like under Kamala Harris, there was only like, I think like a +3. Right now, it's not a +3. It's like a +20. Huge difference. But we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you guys want to call in and have a discussion, we can do so. Oh, speaking of which, I've got some laundry. I gotta swap. Don't go anywhere because I'll be right back. Sorry about that. AD Blockman says, "Is that Besaid from FF10? This is Jet's theme remaster on Final Fantasy X HD." We have I love BFBC2 calling me an offender. Offender of what? Let's see. The centrist perspective says, if I'm predicting the next administration, it would be a Democrat. Trump's doing what the previous administration did, and most people don't want to vote for it. A lot of MAGA are walking away from Trump. Very true. I love BFBC. Hey, yo. Wow. We've got AD Blockman who just subscribed. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. These subscriptions are huge for me. I'm a pretty small YouTuber. And so, you know, every subscription, you know, I really do take it very seriously. So I appreciate that. I do. But centrist perspective says, if I'm predicting the next administration, it would be a Democrat. Trump's doing what the previous administration did, and most people don't want to vote for it. A lot of MAGA are walking away from Trump. Yes, it is 100% going to be a big issue. I think, like, even with seeing all of this gerrymandering occur, I think the Republicans are going to lose hand over fist. I really do.
Oh my goodness, they just subscribed. Wow.
By the way, I don't know why it does it twice. But it does do it twice. I'm not sure why. Anyway, let's take a look here. I'm pulling up. Okay, yeah. So I'm just pulling up this X response here, saying, I don't think the people understand how much of an existential crisis Democrats are in. If they gain control of the House, the Senate, the presidency, pack the Supreme Court, remandate racial gerry. Mind you, right, this is all stuff that has been done by the Republicans. And we're observing, like, what the policies have been, right? I mean, is everybody happy with the current, like, policies that we're observing right now? Like, is it really that great? Do you guys enjoy seeing what's happening? I don't think, I genuinely do not think, like, no matter how much you gerrymander, this is not going to look out good for you. And give illegals mass amnesty by 2032. They will all but die as a nationally competitive political party. Okay, so then what? Like, give root to, like, progressivism? Or I think this guy's just, oh, okay, his name is Sensible Fascist. Got it. So that tells you the kind of person that we're thinking about here. With the VRA being overturned, we will net at least 15 seats. Mind you, right, Republicans can't win on policy. Republicans win on vibes. That's it. It's just vibes. They don't actually do policy. And any policy that they do propose is, hey, government, get out of the way, except in instances of LGBTQ representation, in which case, absolutely, government, get in the way. And so what effectively happens is that they basically create policies that hurt everyday average people. And the end result is people don't like when inevitably those things get passed. And then Republicans will end up losing. They'll end up losing hand over fist. And the only way that Republicans can maintain their foothold is by packing the Supreme Court, by mandating racial gerrymandering, by doing all of the things in order to ensure that they maintain their power. I mean, there's a reason why the Republicans are panicking, rushing to gerrymander their states in order to have less Democrat representation. Mind you, right? What they mean by this is that they want to ensure that there's just less minorities. They water down the minority vote. They're specifically going after black people for this. Awolthoughts says, it wasn't right when the Republicans do it. It isn't right when the Democrats do it. Shady tactics are just shady tactics. I agree. I've always thought that that we should maintain the Voting Rights Act, and we should also not have any gerrymandering. It should just be like a fair bipartisan, district approval. AD Blockman says most of YouTube is just racist right-wing slop now. Very true. I have noticed that. And I mean, things have just moved in that direction. My hope is that, you know, channels like mine, hopefully over time get bigger and bigger. And hopefully we can start pushing back against the racist narratives that we're observing, or the fascist rhetoric that I've been seeing, or the Christian nationalists. I want to push back against that. So I'm glad to have you here, by the way. Let me take a look at some other Twitter threads. Everybody's talking about this congressional seating. Let's see. AWOL says, my God, first, what are you talking about? 75% of the things that the Democrats are upset about circle around emotional issues and moral issues, not policies. That's wrong. Where did you get that? The policies of Democrats are often like, hey, like, if you want like a Democratic policy, like what about the Iran nuclear deal? That was big. That was passed by a Democrat. And I believe that involved multiple countries. But the Trump administration had decided that they don't want to do that. We just want to engage into a war with Iran that's ultimately making things worse. Hey, yo, check this out. This is a great post. A rare W. Keith Thompson saying government shouldn't track your sex or gender in the first place, but if they are going to, you should be able to update it. Self-ownership includes your gender identity. Love it. Keep up the great work. At least consistent in the don't tread on me position regarding trans people. Huge dub. We could pull up some other threads. What is happening? What is this? Hold on, let's look. The slippery slope. Let us get married, that's all. Just bake a cake for us, that's all. Just use our pronouns. Let us dance in drag for your children. Let teachers choose your kid's gender. Let us buy infants from surrogates. The demons are telling me to kill Christians. Bruh. I got you. I got you, fam. Don't worry. I have the perfect post for this. Hold on. I post this picture so often. And it kills every time. Here we go. Breaking news. Man invents fictional scenario and then gets angry about it. Let's see. Centrist perspective says, for the most part, I agree, but in places where sex is focused over gender, definitely because of flexibility and work and both. AWOL says, well, most of the complaints that I hear about immigration aren't about the immigration policy. It's about the fundamental rights of people who don't reside in our country legally. So, if you're upset about that, you should be aware that a person that's coming into the country illegally for the first time is just a misdemeanor. So unless if you're like really, really upset about people, breaking the law, you really should be going after people who say jaywalk or people who, um, speed 5 miles over the speed limit. You should be super upset about that because those are also equally misdemeanors. Unless, of course, that you've probably bought into the propaganda mill where inherently you have to care about this thing that ultimately is a misdemeanor. And really, it ultimately comes from nefarious groups of people that want to have a racist intent. And the only reason that you're in favor of it is because it doesn't actually affect you personally. Let's see. Leon Bryanlowski says people should be allowed to live however they want as long as they are not hurting anybody. Completely agree with you. Very, very true. AD Blockman says that post of what happens rain Christians reign for thousands of years when they get their shit fucked. That post is what happens when you do not prosecute Christians. Why is the title Debating Kent Hovind? Wait, what? Is it? Let me look. Oh, I'm so sorry. I have to edit that. I changed it for everybody. For whatever reason, it did not grab the title change. My bad. Let me fix that. Taking live calls. I'll change it. I'm changing it now. Taking live calls. It didn't update it for some reason. I'm so sorry. Here we go. Save. Sorry about that, guys. My apologies. Yeah, we already debated Kent Hovind. It's over. We're not debating Kent Hovind anymore. We are taking live calls, however. Phone number 202-998-5218. If you guys want to call in and have a discussion, we can do so. Right now, I'm just looking at some Twitter threads, reading your guys' comments. I appreciate you guys being here. Yeah, that's my fault, Ray White. I did it. I for whatever reason, it just didn't update my YouTube for whatever reason. Restream is kind of shit sometimes. And you just exhibited an instance of why Restream kind of sucks sometimes. Let's take a look here. This is very true. Generic blue state. Woke liberal gerrymandered map by governor. Absolutely based strike down by MAGA courts. Amazing. Fox News. Governor Hitler passes thorough map. Absolutely own the libs. This is amazing news. MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. Let's see. Ray White says, what did you think about the debate overall? I thought it was excellent. It's kind of a shame that he had to debate me from his car and he like ran out of battery and that we had to wait like 15 or 20 minutes and then he showed back up and then he ended up having to leave prematurely, not being able to answer the Q&As. So that's probably the issue. I am going to get those read, by the way, one way or another. I just have to get him to, respond, I guess. So we'll get it. We are taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you guys want to call in and have a discussion, we can do so. I'm going to take a look at some other Twitter threads. Let's see here. I got to make sure that I don't have Twitter up while... Because sometimes, dude, Twitter is wild. Sometimes Twitter, like somebody will just like post like gore or porn or whatever. And I'm like, bruh, you got to not do that. Okay. We have here Gavin Newsom saying Confederate states are rushing through rigged maps to erase black districts off the map. If this does not make you angry, it should. It really should. It is literally being designed in a way to reduce black representation in voting. And so this is only going to get worse, specifically for minorities. And I mean, I knew that it was only a matter of time before MAGA started turning on black Americans, but this is literally an instance of black Americans being disenfranchised. AD Blockman says, not going to lie, as left-wingers, we need to create more soy jacks making fun of right-wingers. True. Have you seen the artwork I've been doing? Bro, we got to go over the artwork. They're bangers. My artwork is way better than the soy jacks. Here, I'll pull them up if you guys want to see them. Let me see if I can find them. I think it's in my work folder. Yeah, I got them. All right, so yeah, we're gonna go over them. I draw one of these every once in a while. Let me see if I can. How do I think I just have to add a new scene here. Hold on, or a new window capture. We're gonna call this photos. All right. So here's our first one, our first specimen, if you will. Oh crap! Wait, we got to go over each one. Hold on, let me just. I'm gonna adjust. I spent a while on these, hours. You'd be amazed. I spent hours on these. So this is a Crucible crew member. You could tell that they are a Crucible crew member, based on the shirt. And how angry he was. And if you look at my videos, I literally have this character on one of the thumbnails. Anyway, I heart Andrew Wilson. Crucible crew member. All right, next one. So this one was of a lady who I debated, who said that we need to go back to an agrarian society and women shouldn't have the right to vote. I don't exactly know how that kind of gets put together, but there you go. I drew her. I drew her with a big forehead, mocking her. Anyway, that's that one. Let's see here. We need to control the lives of the gay people and the atheists. Snarl, snort. Very funny. Very good. Bulk Bromance says, also, why do blacks only have representation when they're put in racially gerrymandered districts, 1stAmender? Because historically, the districts were designed to disenfranchise black voters. Anyway, next one. This is a this is a really good one. This is an ANCAP King Sithis. And I drew him. These are frightfully accurate. You need to see how accurate these are. Here, I'll pull up what King Sithis actually looks like. King Sithis, YouTube. Let me see. We're gonna pull up King Sithis so you can see it for yourself. Oh, bro, come on. Is there a way to just, can I hit play without, oh my goodness. Where is he? Where is he? All right, hold on. There he is. There's our boy. There's our boy. Here. Okay, here we go. Our boy, King Sithis. Huh? Pretty accurate, am I right? Did I get his likeness? He even had the the anarchist like pendant, so I drew it really big. I feel like I hit it spot on. Anyway, let's look at the next photo. Mind you, I drew all of these. I like this one. You know, it's funny. I draw these so crudely. Like, you should see my normal drawings. My normal drawings are much more care put into them. These are just done like super quick. The buzzword Chud Lord. Bulk Broman says, so if they don't have a black racially driven rep, they don't have representation? So typically if you say had a 20% representation of, or a 20% population being black, and out of like all of the districts, 20% of the, like, there's at least not any black representation as their representatives, then yeah, that would be like an instance where it's like, okay, well, why doesn't the representatives match what the population is? Anyway, let's take a look at the next one here. This was a guy who said dinosaurs are fake, dragons are real, and he believed in young Earth creationism. The guy was insane. This is a typical right-winger, typical MAGA. You could see it says MAGA great again, and it has a little sticker that says China, as in it was made in China. And he has a shirt that says Fox News. Centra says, bro, you got to turn these designs into sweaters and shirts and sell them. I'd buy one. Yeah, they're pretty funny. They're pretty funny. Maybe I should. But I feel like I would need to like actually like put a legitimate effort into the drawings, because these drawings, there is very little effort being put into these drawings. I could do better. This is my friend Quinny, who every time shows up to say where the solution being unions for pretty much everything. Mind you, I'm not against unions. Unions is a great idea. It's just every single solution is union for them. This is your typical Turning Point USA supporter. I hope you like them. We are taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you guys want to call in, I have the Turning Point USA logo there. Bulk Broman says, so what you're basically saying is that you would support segregation so that it would force black representation based on the district demographics. So the problem is that districts, or specifically states, would suppress black representation. So the goal is to increase black representation so it is representative of their population. So no, it's literally reverse segregation. Let's see. This was a white nationalist, and I drew on his shirt saying white is right. Get it? White is, get it? Anyway, he was very dumb. And so I put a brick on his head. I think that's all I have. These are the pictures I have. I hope you guys enjoyed those. Aren't they fun? I think they're fun. Let's see. Bulk Broman says unions in 2026 disproportionately represent the weakest link of their membership, which drives down collective bargaining power of the union itself. Yes. We created a system where it basically allowed unions themselves to not require membership, and as a result reduces collective bargaining, which has reduced overall union membership throughout the United States. This reduced pay, and this is why productivity has not matched with reciprocal pay. AD Blockman says you got to post these on right-wing sites and subreddits. I would get they would just mog me to crazy. I'd say Bulk Broman says I'd say that they are examples of the left can't meme. I feel like that they were pretty funny. Throw me a bone. They're pretty funny. By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you guys want to call in, have a discussion, we could do so. I thought they were funny. Why y'all hating on it? I think it's funny. Let's take a look and see what else we got. Hang tight. Bulk Broman says, I mean, the reoccurring theme is basically nothing more than chud with the art. I mean, yeah, but that's because the people that come up and want to debate me, they're like insane right-wing chuds. Bulk Broman says, I'll give you the fact that they are all drawn well enough. I could show you some of my drawings. Maybe we can go over some of them. A lot of the drawings that I've done are all they're like here, I'll tell you what. We'll start yeah, we could start here. We'll start here. My drawings are crazy, bro. Here. I'll show my Photos app again. Okay. So a lot of the stuff is like kind of like medieval fantasy kind of stuff, and this is like a big giant demon that I made. And this is like a script that I designed. The translation is down on the bottom left. It says, plainal existence is merely a fleeting comfort. It only exists to bring comfort to gods who remain ambivalent at their creation. Hence, the existence of beings willing to challenge the gods, those who are willing to conscript gods to answer for their misdeeds. Only through the destruction of this plane can justice happen in countless nameless planes. What value are you now, God? I would love to go over my storyline of this, but I'll be honest, it's way too complicated, and it's probably not related at all. Here's an angel. When did I do this one? Where's my signature? Where is it? Where did I put it? Ah, there it is. 9/13/22. I feel like my my shading has gotten better though. This shading is not very good. This is an owl wolf. This is a pen drawing. You will stop right there. I will not let foreigners defile these lands any further. You have clearly angered our gods, and I have come to protect his glory and save our town. Now fight. 10,904 Cert, Jatar, Parson Fighter. This is a forest imp. This is another pen work. You can see it's 10/21/2022. Let's see. Bulk Broman says that's why there's no such thing as an atheist organization that doesn't support gay marriage. Atheism at its core is about defending men cornholing each other. Dude, you gotta like chill, bro. Holy crap. This is decent looking art, though of course it is still about justifying depravity. No, it's about letting people live the way that they want. You gotta chill, Bulk. Anyway, let's take a look here. This drawing here, this is a mage demon. They create like arms that come out of the ground. They're pretty terrifying. Let's see. Awolthoughts says there's no such thing as a typical right-winger. There's just no such thing as a typical left-winger. It's only extremists that actually fall into those stereotypes. I don't know if I agree with that. I feel like that there's like a general like, hey, this is what most right-wingers and left-wingers believe. Actually, it's a good idea. You could probably make some side cash off those designs with some t-shirts. It would be cool. I could do that. AD Blockman says atheism by definition is not having a belief in gods. Yes. This is an ice giant. Look at that big old freaking weapon. That's cool. That's fun. Ah, look at that. I messed up on the hand. Hand's messed up. But this is pen work. I did this in pen. Oh, this one's cool. Look at that. Oh, that's freaking cool. Looks like we got some more comments. Let's see here. We'll go over them. Atheism by definition is, yes. We've got diverse, interesting. Atheism is literally no personal supernatural deity. That's all that is. Correct. Bulk Broman says, why is it always accompanied by defending homosexuality? It's accompanied by acceptance of people that are not like you. There's nothing wrong with homosexuality because it is under religious doctrine that they believe that homosexuality is wrong. And there's nothing wrong with homosexuality. It's people, it's consenting adults choosing what they want to do within their own business. Bulk Broman says, why is it extremely rare to find an atheist that doesn't endlessly defend poop play? Okay, bro, you're just coming in like really hot, and I'm going to give you a timeout on YouTube for that. That's not cool. I'm not gonna do the open hatred and antagonism. I will just remove you. Don't do it. So I'm gonna give you a timeout, Bulk Broman, for 10 minutes on that one. Don't be a dick, Bulk. Let's see here. AD Blockman, I don't watch scat porn, and it's weird that you brought that up. True. Forever Rain says, you don't need any more justification to do something than liking it. So there's like, I would say that there's definitely like limits. Like obviously if you're hurting other people to do the thing that you want to do, that would probably be the cutoff. But again, like, I feel like two consenting adults deciding to do with their life as they see fit, who cares? Like, what are you getting upset about? Cowcrapper says Bulk Bro Man is really thinking about that, like really on their mind. true. By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you guys want to call in and have a discussion. A.D. Blockman says, my dad calls trans people transsexuals, and now I am convinced that he watches trans porn or something. Very true. The fascination of right-wingers and trans people is insane. But in reality, I mean, the reason why they're so against trans people is because it goes against the heteronormative structures. It lays challenge into it. Anyway, here's a dragon. I drew like little people. You could see the little people. And there's the dragon itself. Again, this is more pen work. I had to draw all the little footprints. But this is, I think the corpse is called Glaciessa, the bringer of the biting cold. Ah, map. Map of the Middle Province. Yeah, look at, dude, guys, we need to talk about the amount of circles that I drew here. Bro, do you know how long it took to draw these circles? Do you have any idea? I was just like, circle, 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 circle. That's how you get that effect. Circle, circle, circle. That's it, dude. That's how you do it. Circle, circle, circle. The line art is just insane. It's funny. This one, I don't like the way this one turned out. This one could have been better. I mean, it's not horrible, but it could have been better. This is Dukyu, the priest of Mei Shi in Vukrai. Very cool. Cowcrapper says, should have just made like 10 different circles and copy pasted. Probably, but I didn't do it that way. Diverse says, I'm going after the minority with the least numbers of the population happens. Every currency economic collapse, it's cyclical. Going after the minority. That is actually true. There is an indication that whenever things get hard, people start blaming others. And then that's when they start specifically going after the minority. But as long as like times are good, people don't go after the minority. Centrist Perspective says, different people have different opinions on morality, and some care and some don't. Also true that it's not the same. Certain people question morality through one's belief systems or lack of one. Cowcrapper says, by the way, did anyone get the new Steam controller? And Cowcrapper did add that so that wasn't me. I did not get the new Steam controller. That sounds nice, though. We are taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you guys want to call in and have a discussion, we can do so. More than happy to have one. Let's take a look. What's in the news today? We have Russia, Ukraine beginning a 3-day ceasefire brokered by Trump. On Friday, President Donald Trump announced a 3-day ceasefire in the Russia-Ukraine war, running Saturday through Monday, including a mutual exchange of 1,000 prisoners by each nation. Victory Day celebrations in Russia, marking an 81st anniversary of the defeat of Nazi Germany in World War II, prompted a truce timing. Trump said that he appreciates Russian President Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky agreeing to his request. Zelensky had previously announced a ceasefire for May 5 through 6th, while Russia suggested one for May 8 through 9, creating conflicting timelines before the current 3-day pause. Trump called it the beginning of the end in the 4-year-old conflict. I really hope it does end, Because it sucks, bro. This whole thing sucks. Presidential aide Yuri Yushakov told journalists Thursday that Russia strengthened its focus on retaliatory measures if Ukraine disrupts the ceasefire. W on the 3 days will take those, to be fair. They have been quiet in the news lately. It has. Trump expressed optimism on Friday, starting talks are continuing to end a major conflict, the biggest since World War II, and we're getting closer and closer to it every day. The ceasefire marks a potential turning point in the conflict. Forever Rain says, did you read my syllogism on morality in the Philosophy Kit channel? No, I did not. Should I? I did not. Let me look here. Do you want me to read it, Rain? Do you want me to read it out loud for everybody? Or would you prefer that I didn't do that? Okay, they said, I guess. All right, that's an approval. So let's go ahead and open up. We'll open this up. Hold on, give me a sec. Delete that. Stop showing Chrome. Let me see here. Where's Discord? There's Discord overlay. I gotta pull up Discord here. Hold on. I must have Discord here somewhere. Where is it? Discord, there it is. Control C, scene, self with chat. All right, here we go. Discord. I'm gonna make it smaller. All right, hold on. Give me a sec. Bear with me while I do this. Make it wider. There we go. Hopefully that's good. Okay. Philosophy. Let's see. From where is it? I was just here. P1. I am sentient, rational agent capable of choosing and experiencing. Okay. To act morally, I must follow principles that are coherent and universalizable. I reject P2. Given the fact that you do not they don't have to be universal in order to act in a moral way. Coherence requires recognizing that all sentient agents share the same moral standing. Recognize that all sentient agents share coherence. Requires. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to encapsulate everything here. Okay. Yeah, I reject P3 as well because something can be coherent, but most people don't agree with it. Moral standing, P4, moral standing entails the right to autonomy and protection from harm. Conditions are necessary for agency. So this is actually a very Western viewpoint. Specifically like where you entail individualism baked into your premise. I didn't mean to like make this a critique, but that's what I think with it. See conclusion. Therefore, all sentient agents, including myself, have a right to autonomy and well-being and a duty and I agree with your conclusion, but I guess I would go to through different paths to do it. By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you guys want to have a discussion, we can do so. Cowcrapper says, we should all watch the Vanilla Ice hit movie from 1991, Cool as Ice. It's so bad, it's good. That's hilarious. 80 Blockman says, LOL, I've got a weird comparison, but that reminds me of the first Vampire Hunter D film. That is such a good movie, bro. Bro, someone showed me Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust. I was like, bro, what is this? It's so good. Yeah, when someone told, like, when I heard the name Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust, my body went, no. Just hearing that, but the artwork is so good, dude. It is so well done, and I'm like, holy crap, you gotta watch it. If you haven't seen it, take the time to watch it, because the damn animation is fucking gorgeous. It's goddamn. Here, I'll show you as an example. Here's like a quick GIF, but it is an absolutely gorgeous movie. Cowcrapper says, I have not seen Vampire Hunter D in forever. You should. I've watched it so many times. It's so good. Is the 4K version out? I'm not seeing a 4K release. I don't think that matters. It's such a good movie. Like, just get it. Just watch it. However, right. I mean, I think this movie came out on VHS, bro. Like, just watch it. So Forever Rain, you're going to have a very hard time actually having a, basis for grounding morality because of the is-ought gap. Nobody would be able to, right? And so I just concede that it's all subjective. AD Blockman says, it's been 25 years. There needs to be a 4K version by now. Maybe. I mean, it's a cell animation. Why not? I'm sure they could easily do it. Cowcrapper says, as long as it isn't like a cam movie, minimum 1080p for my viewing. Got to stretch out the new OLED monitor. Nice. You got an OLED monitor? Was it worth it? I've been considering getting an OLED TV, but I've pushed against it as like, this is an unnecessary expense. It's totally unjustified. Forever Rain says, also, individualism is not a Western ideal. Individual refers to the most basic unit. Yeah, so like if you actually ask like Far Eastern communities, they always favor the group, like the cohesive unit over the individual. And so this completely changes their entire framework on how they approach these things. Cowcrapper says, alrighty, grabbing the movie. The maintenance on OLED monitors is a bit tedious, but TV OLED is god tier for movies. Ah, true. True. I mean, what has caused me to not want to buy an OLED TV is the burn-in. Like, I use my I basically have a TV for my monitor. I mean, you could see this is my monitor. It's just a TV basically. But it's not an OLED. It's just an LED. Like, it's not anything crazy. Let's see. It's like saying that they can thrive though all the trees are dying individually. Um, I see what you're saying for Rain. Let's see here. Calcrapper says, yeah, if you watch sports and have an OLED, you are fucked. All the score boxes. Yeah. Centra says, Jesus, you got 3 monitors. Yeah, I do. I do. We are taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I suppose if we don't get any calls, it's been an hour and 16 minutes. If we don't get any calls, we can end it early, but up to you guys. Even Eastern philosophies understands that communities are made of individuals. That communities, even Eastern philosophies, communities are made. Do they? I'm going to ask ChatGPT. Hoping for a call, like a brand new caller, too. True, true. Okay, so I asked ChatGPT this, and I apologize. I understand. Oh, LLM bad. Yeah, I get it. All right. But it's not horrible. It's good for some quick recursory understanding. And I said, is there a dichotomy between the East versus the West in terms of individualism versus collectivism? There is a real and well-studied pattern in many societies in the West tend to emphasize individualism more, while many societies in the East tend to emphasize collectivism more. But it is a broad cultural tendency, not a hard dichotomy. A lot of this comes from a cross-cultural psychology, especially the work of people like Geert Hofstede and Harry Triandis. Their research has found that countries like the United States, the United Kingdom, and Australia often score highly on individualist values, while countries like China, Japan, and South Korea tend to place relatively more emphasis on family obligation, harmony, and group identity. The rough distinction usually looks like this. More individualist cultures prefer personal autonomy, be yourself, rights-centered independence, self-expression, nuclear family emphasis, and collectivist cultures support group harmony, fulfill your role, duty-centered, interdependence, social cohesion, and extended family community emphasis. But 2 major caveats. East and West are huge simplifications. Japan is not the same as India. Germany is not the same as the United States. No society is purely one or the other. Americans still value family and community. East Asian societies still value personal ambition and individuality. Urbanization, capitalism, and the internet have blurred these differences significantly. Political systems do not map neatly into this divide. You can have a collectivist social norms in capitalist societies, and you can have strong individualist values in non-Western democracies. That's true. A lot of scholars today prefer to think of individualism and collectivism as a spectrum rather than categories. These are also deeper historical philosophical roots, often discussed Western traditions influenced by John Locke. The Protestant Reformation and Greco-Roman political thought tended to elevate individual and personal rights. East Asian traditions influenced Confucius, emphasizing hierarchy, relatable duties, family structures, and social harmony. I should read some Confucius. That would be good. Looks like Bobro is saying, I'm late. Welcome. Welcome, Bobro. AD Blockman says, has anyone here listened to the Automatic for the People by REM? It's one of my top 5 favorite albums. I have not. I'll have to check it out. Calcrapper says, do you know what I want to see? Someone semi-competent debate Asmongold. That would be either super fun or super boring. I would love to debate Asmongold. Does Asmongold even do debates? I feel like he doesn't even do debates. 1stAmender, you could also look at mini LED TVs with a full array dimming. They're a really good alternative to an OLED. Maybe. I don't know. I can't justify these expenses. Like, I have the money. The problem is not having the money. Asmongold is so bottom mid. Oh my effing God. Yeah, I don't really understand how these people get so, like, popular. Like, I don't know why people, it looks like we got a phone call. Let me turn off the music. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Yeah, what's good, Amender?
Hey, what's up, Chaos? What you want to talk about?
Chilling. I was going through your hot takes list, and I was reading chat, and chat didn't want the stream to end, so I'm like, all right, I might as well call in.
All right. What would you like to talk about?
One of your takes in your hot takes list said politicians are regular people.
Yeah.
Yeah. I disagree. I disagree with that, predominantly because I feel like politicians are held to a higher regard as they're the reasons that policies get passed and change happens in the United States. I honestly feel like we look at them as higher than the regular person. We treat them as such, and the outcome is them basically shaping what we live in today. So I don't see them as regular people, because I mean, a regular Joe from like down the street that works at Trader Joe's, he's not going to be passing bills on Roe v. Wade, right? So that's where I'm at. What do you think?
Okay, yeah. So my critique on why I wrote that is actually not addressing what you are saying. I agree with what you're saying, but with that being said, what I was referring to was the numerous books that I've read of these politicians and what it is that they believe and how they grew up, and even like people like Nancy Pelosi, you know, you will find that they are just regular people that are trying to pass policies that they themselves agree with.
Right. I mean, you know, and I see it from the perspective of the politicians themselves. They honestly would view themselves as regular people, but I don't know. I feel like because of the status that they hold, it's hard to sparse that they are regular people. It's like
No, I get it. Well, a lot of they people think that they're like demons. You know, they look at a person like Nancy Pelosi and they're like, this is a monster, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, at the end of the day, like, these people, they you know, a lot of these people, they grew up in regular roots. They just got lucky throughout their life, you know?
Facts.
Yeah.
Let's see. I guess I'll run through another one.
Could you just hang tight real quick? I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Just give me a quick moment.
Go for it.
Tell you what, I have to AFK for just a moment. I need like 10 minutes. It will not take long. So I'm going to hang up for now. but just hang tight, okay? I won't go anywhere.
Okay.
All right?
No problem.
Hang tight.
Okay.
All right, I have to take care of my laundry. I have to fold it super quick. But I'll be excited to hear from you. We'll call on. Just give me one quick second. It won't take me long. I'll put on. Tell you what. Would you guys like to watch a previous? I'll put on a previous debate if it helps. Gives you something to listen to, I guess. All right, here we go. This one's really funny. This one's like crazy. All right, here we go.
Hi, yes, my name is Joe, and I was wondering, why are you leftists so violent?
Why are leftists so violent? I don't espouse any amount of violence.
Why does it matter? When did I say you? What does that have to do with anything?
Well,
Why
I'm
are
a
you all
leftist.
leftists so violent? Why is the leftist ideology so violent?
So I'm a leftist,
Yeah, and
but
what
I'm
does that have
not.
to do
But I'm
with
not
anything?
violent. Anyway,
I'm
can I
a
get your
white
name?
guy. That doesn't mean I'm a white guy. That doesn't mean I'm Ted Kaczynski killing people. I'm
I
still
agree.
asking you, why are you leftists so violent?
I personally am not violent. I can't
You-
speak for other people.
Your
but
ideology represents violence, so why would you go
what
with an
in my
ideology
ideology
that
represents violence? Okay, so you're saying that leftism is violence?
Yes.
Okay.
You can't defend any of your views, so you have to kill Charlie Kirk. You lost an election, so you have to continue to target Donald Trump.
Me,
Is
or
there
are
a
you talking
reason
about
why
like
you guys
crazy
can't
people?
defend any of your views and that you have to revert to violence?
Are you talking about me, or are you referring to like crazy
I'm talking
people
about
that
your
went
entire leftist ideology. You leftists represent violence
Yeah.
right now. That is what you guys are doing.
Okay, well, I do not espouse any amount of violence, and I've even said multiple times, like, hey, I don't want Trump dead.
I don't care what
I don't
you
want
say.
anybody to
You're
kill Trump.
You're
I didn't
going
want
along
Charlie Kirk
with an
dead.
ideology that is espousing violence.
But
I
I'm
wouldn't
not.
go
I'm
along with the
literally arguing, hey,
KKK because they go with violence. You are with an leftist organization.
I'm not in
that
favor of the
goes with
KKK,
violence.
and the
Tell me
KKK
why.
voted Trump. Just FYI.
Did they?
Yeah.
Tell me one KKK member you know.
What? The KKK
Tell me one
overwhelmingly supported Trump.
Where? Where is it?
What?
Where do you get this data? Who's going
Let me
around and
pull that.
asking? I don't
Did
even
the
know where to find a KKK
support
person.
Trump. Hold on.
Can you tell me where to find a KKK
Let's
person?
see. Okay, give me one
Can you
second.
tell me where to find a? Can you tell me where to find a KKK
Can
member?
you just first of all chill, right? Like you're the
Can
first
you
call.
tell me
chill.
where to find a KKK
Can you just
member?
give me a moment?
Yes or no?
You should go to the nearest Republican party.
So right here it says, and this is just AI overview, so you can take it with a grain of salt. But what it says here
Why would I give a fuck
specifically
about
is,
AI overview?
what it says here specifically
Yeah, you're right.
is,
I don't care about AI overview. So try
did
again.
the KKK support Trump? So there was a 2016
You're
endorsement
right.
in
I
November
don't
of
care
2016.
about AI overview,
All right,
so
I have
give me
to-
a
I have to
better
mute you. I
answer.
have to mute you. I have to mute you because you seem to be incapable of having a conversation. So I have to mute you for just a moment. But if you look right here, in November 2016, The Crusader, a newspaper affiliated with the Ku Klux Klan, published an article with high praise for Donald Trump's campaign, which was widely reported as an endorsement. So now that we have proof here,
Where's
we
this
know for a
boogeyman
fact
KKK? Hey, where's this boogeyman KKK? Can you point to them?
the South,
Can you show me where they're at?
The
I don't
South?
believe they exist.
they do exist.
Why? Then show me where they are. I can point to
KKK
you to where all these
exists,
leftist lunatics are.
Yeah. So
So show me where the KKK is.
they-
Where am I supposed to see the white
a lot of them are
supremacy
in,
that you
rural,
guys
in the
freak
rural
out
deep
about?
South. A lot of them are in the rural
Where is
deep
it?
South.
I've lived in Florida. I've lived all over America.
So
Where in
majority-
the South specifically?
A majority
Name
exists
the
in
city,
Tennessee.
name the zip code, name the person.
A majority exists in Tennessee. I don't have an
Oh,
exact
where?
zip code for
Where?
you, and I don't have an exact person, but the
Okay,
KKK does exist in
I
as of
can
2026.
play this game too. All leftists want conservatives dead. I just
I'm
say
a
that
leftist.
because I said
don't
that.
want conservatives dead.
So that did I say all or said? Okay, so yeah, all leftists do.
I am a
The
leftist.
motherfucker literally just said,
I
"Oh,
don't
is
want
he dumb?"
conservatives' death. I don't want them dead.
Well, you can talk out of both sides of your face. Your actions speak a lot louder than words. You don't
My
disavow
actions
any
are
of the
I
bullshit going
disavow
on.
any amount of violence. I don't want
And
Trump
you
dead.
still
I didn't
go
want
with the
Charlie Kirk
leftist
dead.
thing. You still
Yeah,
go
because
with
I
the
believe that
leftist.
it is a better. It's better
As
than what the
they're
Republicans are
killing their
arguing.
political opposition,
I don't
you think
agree
they're
with
the
any
better option.
I don't agree with any political violence.
They're
You
the
and I are
ones
in agreement
committing
here.
it,
We do not
and you're still
espouse
going with
political
it.
violence. We don't like
The
political
left
violence.
is the ones that are going with the violence, and you are like, hey, they're doing the one with the violence, let's keep going with them.
Yeah. So what if I told you that it's the right that actually does the most violence? What if I told you that?
Name one incident aside from your love of January 6th.
No. Well, according to FBI crime statistics, it turns out that overwhelmingly the right is violent.
Oh, you mean the statistic that counts fucking prison violence, you retard?
Listen, I'm a part of the left, and I don't want Trump dead, and I don't want Charlie Kirk dead. I don't want any of that to happen. I mean, do I think Charlie Kirk was a bad person? Do I think Donald Trump is a bad person? Yeah. I think they're hurting.
What makes Charlie Kirk a bad person?
Well,
what makes Charlie Kirk a bad person?
Well, he specifically said that he wanted to get rid of the Civil Rights Act, and he had a lot of negative things to say about MLK, despite
Why
like
should we have the Civil Rights Act?
Why should we have the Civil Rights Act?
Yes.
To ensure the equality of minorities.
That's not happening.
That was happening prior to the Civil Rights Act, and then the Civil Rights Act made it illegal.
Not happening. So how you're the ones that freak out about racial segregation, like, you know, like all this like abuse to, you know, black people and stuff during when we have civil rights. So clearly something's not really working out well from your guys' argument.
Joe, you know, when I look all around me...
Wait a second. You're the ones that are espousing that racism
all right, I have to
is
mute
a huge...
you for a second. You have to chill, man. So, Joe, when I look around me, ever since, you know, I've always noticed that there are no fires around my neighborhood. There just happens to be a fire station that was installed recently. But, you know, I have not seen any fires. So why have a fire station? Do you see the problem with your argument?
No, I have no idea what the hell you're trying to say.
So prior to the Civil Rights Act, there was rampant discrimination of minorities, and then the Civil Rights Act made that illegal.
Okay.
So you're saying that you're not seeing discrimination
no,
now, but the reason why is because of the Civil Rights Act.
The civil rights movement, in my eyes, is not about race. It is at all.
Have you looked at the titles of the Civil Rights Act?
It's about Democrats consolidating a voting bloc. Period.
No,
that's all it was. It had nothing.
Are you
Black
aware of what
community is worse off now than when the Civil Rights started.
Civil Rights Act does?
The black community right now is.
You. Hey, dude, you gotta chill. Like you're going 1,000 miles an hour, and we can't even have a conversation. So I'm gonna ask you simply: do you know what the Civil Rights Act does?
The black community is worse off now than they were prior to the civil rights.
That's empirically false.
Okay, give me the data where they're doing better.
The black community is way better off now than they were back then. By virtually every metric, from education to business to monetary gain to pretty much to health outcomes, pretty much everything is better.
Then why are they the ones that are collecting all the welfare in the urban cities? And they're all
because there still exists the ripples of redlining.
They're the ones committing the most crimes, yet they're doing so great. Something's conflicting here, there, buddy.
Crime is down.
Why? Because they don't report it?
No, crime is down.
Why? Because they don't report it?
No, crime is down because, honestly, it's likely because we pulled the lead out of the air. But there does exist stratified communities in 2026 where, because of redlining laws in the past that only had recently been removed roughly 40 or 50 years ago, there's still majority black populations which actually receive more pollution than what exists with white communities. For example,
And why
lead
did-
contamination in the air.
Okay,
Lead is
your
known
problem
to
is I don't
increase aggression
accept.
among is known to increase aggression among people and causes people to not be able to think properly. And so
Okay,
if you
I
have an
just
increased
said
amount
that
of
I do
lead in
not
the air
agree.
in the ghetto areas, then that would lead to it being more violent. So my
I
argument
lived in
is, hey,
urban
let's stop the
areas, and they've been
stratification.
I've lived in urban areas, and they're degrading over time. So you can't give me this bullshit that black community is doing better.
All right, let's pull it up. Are black communities doing better after the Civil Rights Act? Simple question, right? It's an open-ended question. Following the Civil Rights Act of 1964, black communities have seen significant progress in their legal rights, political representation, and the growth of the middle class, alongside improved life expectancy and reduced infant mortality.
Yeah, you just looked up Google something. That doesn't mean shit to me, bro. You
However-
just randomly Google something. That doesn't mean
Yeah, I
shit
mean,
to me.
well, but
I
here's
can
the thing,
also
right?
go
Like, here's
dig
the
for
thing. If
information,
you are correct about this, then what I ought be able to find is that when I Google the thing, that it turns out the opposite thing that I'm thinking of should pull up. In which case, I would have to acknowledge your point
Okay, how about
and
this?
say, okay,
Go
you're right,
this
I'm
route.
wrong. But
How
the
about
problem
look at
is
this?
that when
Look
I
at-
Google
look
the
at this.
thing, it
Can you tell
turns
me
out
this?
it
Look
turns
up-
out that
look up-
you were wrong
can you
about
do-
this. Black
do
communities
unemployment
are
rate,
better off
do
post Civil
unemployment-
Rights Act.
Do unemployment rate pre-civil rights and post-civil rights
Unemployment pre-civil rights versus post-civil rights?
for black community.
Unemployment pre-civil rights versus post-civil. Pre-civil rights, black workers face systemic exclusion with high unemployment, often hidden by limited data and the exclusion of agricultural domestic workers from support systems. Post-civil rights, black unemployment
there
rate
are-
has
yeah,
remained
but hold on a
consistently
second,
at about
right there,
2
right
to
there. They're
2.5
already-
higher than,
that's
times
already an
higher than the
inter-
white
that's an
race,
already-
highlighting a
that doesn't
persistent
work. They
structural
already-
gap.
Within the first sentence, they already discredit their entire thing by saying there's hidden data. So I can't even take that at face value.
I mean, again,
If there's
all I'm
hidden
doing is
value, why would I
Googling
take
exactly what you asked me to Google, and then I'm reading it back to you.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I'm
All right, so
asking
you have to
Google-
acknowledge that black people are better off post-Civil Rights Act than pre-Civil Rights Act.
I don't agree.
Okay, but then you would just be going against
Doing
the facts. Like, you may as well be going outside and say gravity doesn't
Did you
exist.
hear what you
because
said
you're
in the beginning? You said
anti-facts.
hidden data. You said hidden data. So they're
That's
making
correct.
up bullshit, dude.
No, they're not.
So why would I go? Did it say hidden data
This
or
is
not?
coming from the Economic Policy Institute.
Did it
So
say
I
hidden
highly doubt
data
that
or
they're
not?
Sitting there
Did it say
making
hidden
stuff.
data or not, dude?
Are you okay, Joe? Joe, it
Dude,
sounds
just
like you
fucking
need to
answer
have,
my
like,
question.
I don't know, a
directly.
lollipop or
Did it
something.
say hidden data? Hey, did it say hidden data or not?
Yes, it does say that, but I don't think that
So
matters.
then, what the fuck are we talking about, man? I don't
I mean,
give
you
a
were
fuck
saying
about
that
your
it
stupid
doesn't
random
happen, but
Google
it
search
does.
with that, then.
I mean,
It
all
says
I
hidden
did,
data.
you asked
So
me
you're
to
correct.
Google
I don't care
unemployment
about that
pre-civil
Google
rights
search
versus
that you had.
post-civil rights, and then I pulled up from the Economic Policy Institute says. So, I mean, I don't know, just be wrong, I guess.
By hidden data.
Anyway,
I don't
so
give a
was
fuck
the
if you
Civil
think
Rights
I'm
Act a
wrong.
good thing,
It says
Joe?
you're-
Did the
you're-
Civil Rights
you're-
Act help black people?
No, it didn't. It's actually
Okay.
destroying them, and it's creating more single mothers and making more poverty for them. They're
Yeah,
killing
I think-
each other
I think,
at higher rates right now.
I think you're brain rotted, my dude. I
I
highly
don't
recommend
Yeah, your
reading a book.
pejoratives don't prove anything, you dude.
Read
Your
a book.
pejoratives don't prove
learn,
anything.
Try to
Your
understand
pejoratives
different
don't
perspectives.
mean anything.
Okay, dude. Do you have anything else
So
for me?
do better, huh?
Okay. Do you have anything else for me, Joe?
Yeah, I would like to ask. Let me see. Is this a fair assessment that the difference between the left and right is that you guys are for entitlements and degeneracy, where the right is for dignity and duty?
Jesus Christ.
No.
Why?
I don't know what number one, what you mean by degeneracy. If you mean that people ought be able to live their life as they see fit, provided that
Your
there is
entire
no
your entire world.
no.
Here, I'll explain.
All right, Joe.
Your
I
entire
gotta hang
worldview
up. We gotta
is
move.
if
We
I
gotta
wanna
move on.
do-
It was nice talking
If
to you.
I
Okay,
want
Joe?
to do it, I
Appreciate
should. Well, yes, I understand. You got to run away from this because you guys don't have any fucking morals.
No, I just
It's why
I thought it was a
Andrew
good
Wilson
stopping
destroys
point.
you all the fucking time. All you leftists get ruined.
I think it's time to let him go.
Yeah. Have a good day, dude.
Is there
That
a
was good.
reason that is there a reason he's growing and you've stayed stagnant for the last fucking 10 years?
Dude, it's like it's just amazing to me how right-wingers are just so fucking brain-rotted. It's like, dude, they have zero fucking education.
What
about
is wrong with
anything. They
them?
just don't live in the land of facts, man. They just live in
He
the
asked
land
me
of,
to
like,
Google
whatever the
it.
fuck they
He
believe.
asked me. All right, I'm back. Did you guys like that? I got some lunch. Disappointing bad clips or BD clips says, I would hate to be anyone in this guy's life. They're probably walking on eggshells or face getting screamed at for pointing out reality. True. Very true. By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number 202-998-5218. I'm going to eat. And I can talk and eat at the same time. Hopefully not with my mouth full. Hopefully not with a mouthful. So I'm going to try to be polite. Let's see. It says AWOL says, okay, I'm finally settled at the house and I can see the text chat. Cool. Center said, I had to lower my phone volume for that clip. Bro, all my videos, they get so few views and it's gold. That video was gold. I did so much editing for that video specifically. But that guy was freaking out. I don't understand why they get so triggered. He's like, did it say hidden data or not? I'm like, bro, chill. Centra says, that was fire. Video edits were hilarious. Thank you. I think when it comes to like YouTube videos, there's a bit of a catch-22 where it's like, on one hand, the video is if there's not a lot of views, people tend to not click the video. So if it's like starting out, unless if you have an audience already, videos don't do well. Comparatively speaking, like sometimes I'll be like out and about and I'll just be listening to one of my videos. I mean, is that weird? That's probably weird. There's probably somewhere where like a psychologist could diagnose me, but they're genuinely entertaining. And sometimes I catch myself on errors that I make. So there's that. By the way, we are taking calls still. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you guys want to have a discussion, we can do so. Bobro says, I'm sure all YouTubers do it. I don't know about all, but Maybe. I mean, I love watching debate content, you know? So listening to people debate is nice. Especially when it gets heated. That's when it's really funny. If it's like heated, it's like watching a train wreck, you know? Bobro says it's calming background noise, weirdly. Honestly, though, the Kent Hovind debate, that was pretty respectful for the most part. Nobody did any personal attacks. Phone call. Where's my... There it is. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
What's good, Amanda? How's that food doing?
Doing great.
That's good. That's good. All right, we can hop into the second topic from your hot takes list.
Go for it.
I believe is spanking child abuse, or you believe spanking is child abuse? That's what all right. So, I mean, I guess I'd argue against that. I would say that to an extreme length, spanking can be child abuse. If there's bruises, welts, rashes, you have all that happening, sure. Now, if you're doing a light pat and maybe there's some redness that goes away, I don't see that too much of an issue. I feel like there's levels to spanking, and I don't feel like every type of spanking is child abuse.
Well, the problem is when you're gonna like pat them, we're not really super great at determining at what point does it cause a bruise versus at what point does it just cause some redness, I guess. Like, do you see the problem?
Well, sure. I mean, people, it's difficult to gauge somebody's strength when you're doing that, right?
Yeah.
I guess.
And there's also the fact that if there is a what is it? If there is, for example, the ability to spank, and they continue to not listen, then oftentimes the solution is to hit them harder.
Right. Now, that's the escalation is what I agree would be child abuse. But I would say, for the most part, a lot of people would just say that's, corrective measures, or it's legal in all 50 states. I forgot what the word for it was called. Corporal punishment. That's what it was. It's like, it's not going to, like, sure, granted, you got spanked, let's say, on Monday or something. Then let's say you do something wrong too. They're not going to do that again. They're going to, let's say, put you in a timeout because you still didn't learn your lesson. Right? They're not going to go to those lengths. Right? You don't want to abuse the kid. Right? You want the child to understand. So, like, in that instance, right, granted, that kid got spanked, but now he's, like, in a different punishment method where he's just isolated by himself, sitting down on a chair, I guess, towards a corner or something, right? And his butt hurts, right? And he's understanding that punishments actually matter. So I guess it would be like, for that part, I wouldn't see that as abuse. I see that as a corrective teaching method, depending on what culture, this, that, and the third. But if you escalate it and then it turns into you repeatedly doing it because nothing else is working, or you start like actually causing harm, that's when it transforms into completely actual child, like physical abuse, and child abuse. But I don't see it as just like tapping child abuse, I guess. if you
Why-
do it one time.
You said it was legal in the
Complementary to another
United
person.
States. What about why do you think it is that most European nations ban spanking? It's literally child abuse in most European countries. So why?
I mean, for the Europeans, it's because they can drink. Now, I want to break something down to you. They can drink young, so you're pissed drunk. So you're drunk. Some bad days happening. You're drunk, right? You're at home with your kids. Your kid's not understanding. You start beating the dog shit out of them. Eventually, laws are going to have to start changing towards preserving the child because everyone's an alcoholic. That's the problem, and that's what a lot happens in these European nations. Check the drinking age for all of these European nations that had to go and say, "Oh yeah, this is actual child abuse," because it gets to a point where it's like, okay,
Right.
You could drink young, you got kids, then you're upset, and you start taking it out on your kid. That goes from spanking, light spanking, accompanying another punishment, to you just abusing the shit out of your kids because you're pissed drunk and you're mad.
So do you think that the psychologists that did their various studies, the reason why that they considered it to be child abuse, and you think that, do you believe that the scientists think that, well, you see, the reason why is because in Europe they can drink?
Well, no, the reason why is because they believe that it can alter brain development, right? But it depends, because the problem is, on one hand,
In a very negative way, by my view, right?
Sure,
They
sure.
elicit a greater fear response, and it goes well into adulthood.
Here's the thing. I feel like
They literally
most
will
individuals-
establish a neutral face as a threat. Their
Hold on.
their neurochemistry physically changes for the worse.
Sure, but again, it depends.
It also
because
leads them to being more aggressive as they get older.
It depends. Like, again, it depends. There's a difference
But what about?
between.
Here's the thing, right?
You
I understand
that there's
I understand that
levels
it
to this, right?
depends. The
Yeah.
problem that I'm having is that there are other methods of disciplining your children that do not
Sure.
involve this risky procedure.
But I understand, but sometimes for specific cases you need to, and I wouldn't say that if you do that complementary with another style, like I said earlier, spank them once, they still misbehaving that same day, put them in the corner to sit in a wooden chair against the corner for like 30 minutes to a few hours, right? Make them understand punishment, right? That's a very good thing. They'll understand, right? They'll learn very quickly, right? It's not going to give them psychological toll because they're going to understand. Oh,
But
shit!
you don't know that. You don't know whether or not it will or will not cause psychological damage.
You're right. On that specifically, I can't say that. In these types of instances, I guess I'll use myself somewhat as an example. For the most part, when I was younger, small things, cool. Like, it didn't really bother me. I didn't give a shit, right? The problem was when shit escalated and I got thrown into a wall, right? That's the problem, right? But it didn't start because of that. It started because I was not able to be controlled. It was a terrible.
Wait, hold on.
situation.
Are you talking about your own childhood now?
Yeah, but I might as well break down to you that those small instances that were corrective measures, those I never even care or think about. Even when it gets up to the point of like even the worser things, to me it's like, okay, well, shit happens, and then we keep it moving. A lot of different people have different responses to what happens to them, right? So I feel like it's on a case by case basis. Granted, it is a risky thing, but I wouldn't say like it's not doable. And if you do it in a way where it's complementary to another punishment technique, it can really work, as opposed to you just spanking somebody. Doesn't work, cool, I'm gonna do it again. Cool, I'm gonna do it again. Oh, damn, they got bruises? Shit, that's abuse. There's levels.
Okay. Well, there's tons and tons of alternatives to spanking that are just as effective as spanking and don't have the negative repercussions. And so why not just go with like proven methods of disciplining your children as opposed to this thing that literally causes negative outcomes?
Certain methods don't work, and certain methods do work. Like, it sucks to say, but sometimes spanking in turn with another punishment technique works well, because they established they did something wrong. Number one, they got physical, they got spanked for it. They know they did something wrong. Now, on top of that, you're putting it to more isolationary methods. So now they're like, fuck. So I got spanked.
Okay.
And now
here, let me read this real quick for you. I don't know if it's going to help you understand the position.
Because, hold on, you're saying that the most bare bones layer of you
so
just
it says here,
with this.
hold on. So it says here, why should you not spank your child? Here are 5 points pulled from a recent seminar attended at CAEYC conference presented by Michael Knox, PhD, Associate Professor at Psychiatry at the University of Toledo College of Medicine. Spanking has limited control. 2 out of the 5 studies that were presented showed decreased compliance. The studies actually supported the fact that children who were guided by parents and caregivers who used firm verbal directives and discipline had higher levels of compliance. Children who are spanked were found to have lower moral internalization. This means that when parents are away, those children are far less likely to make good choices and do what they are supposed to do. Also, in most cases of abuse began with socially sanctioned discipline. It is difficult to show our children how to maintain control over their choices when we are using a form of discipline that leads to adults losing complete control. Children who are spanked are more aggressive. Another result is one of the studies presented that this workshop stated that children who were hit at least 3 years of age were 50% more aggressive at age 5. Other findings were as follows. Delinquent behaviors increased. There were medium amounts of damage that occurred to the parent or child relationship. There was worsened state of the children's mental health. There was an increase in physical abuse towards children, an increase in adult aggression, increase in adult criminal behavior, small increased risk of abuse towards their own spouse and or children. Children who are spanked also have lower IQs. Children who are redirected by the use of forms of guidance or discipline were shown to have an IQ score of 5 points higher than children who are spanked. Why? Corporal punishment or the constant threat of violence is stressful. When individuals are under that amount of stress, having a negative effect on brain development. During the act of spanking a child, 0 learning can occur. What does spanking teach your child? Number 1, spanking teaches children that violence is okay. It says that when others aren't doing what you want them to do, hitting them is a solution. When you spank, you are teaching your child to be anxious and aggressive. Spanking displays to children that are not worthy to live with the freedom from violence and aggression like adults are. It was only approximately 50 years ago that beating your wife was socially sanctioned and expected. Now we as women can fully expect that freedom. It was during the 1960s that the women's liberation movement began drawing attention to violence against women, and battered women's movement began to form. There is the quote-unquote defense of I was spanked and I turned out okay. You are probably right. However, stop and think. You would have turned out fine even if you weren't spanked, and childhood would have been a lot less painful. Not all kids who are spanked turned out bad, but why take that chance? Do your best as a parent to ensure that your child will have the best future you can offer. Back then, we didn't know any better, and now we do. If the article is not spanking, then we as parents need rational alternatives to spanking, as well as the ways to deal with them during frustrating moments. So, and it goes on to talk about the various alternatives that are available, but like you have to understand that, given everything that I've read, does this seem to be convincing?
I mean, is this like for every single type of spanking? Even like you do it once every few months to solidify specific teaching methods, or what are we talking about? Is this strictly abuse?
But again, like it's hard to tell when the spanking stops and abuse starts. And 100% of abusive households start with spanking. It always starts with spanking.
But I can give you a timeline, and you can tell me if it's abuse or not. Okay, this is my timeline. I'll give this to you. Again, you spanked your kid one time, let's say it's a Monday, in the corner with another metric, boom, right? So you hit your kid Monday.
Okay, hold on. So just to be clear, right? Let's say that you do a bad action as an adult. Can someone hit you?
They shouldn't, but they can. That's what they can.
All right. Okay, so
they shouldn't.
So would you say that that's a form of abuse if somebody is hitting you?
Sure.
So why is it okay when you do it to a kid?
Again, there's a difference between disciplinary measures, like.
Okay, can your boss, like, let's say you did something wrong. Can your boss at work walk up to you and slap you upside the head?
No.
Why not?
This is a complete difference.
No, why not? Why not? Why can't they do that?
Because that's actually abuse.
So,
well, no, that's actually a power of abuse because you could sue them. That's a completely different hierarchical structure you're adding.
Well, I mean, who says that they should get sued? Maybe they're just they're teaching their employees how to act.
No. The teaching methods stop at a young age because you yourself understand specific methods. You're not teaching your kids, be violent. You're teaching your kids,
abuse is defined as any behavior, action, or influence intended to cause harm, injury, or gain power and control over another person, often involving a breach of trust. It includes physical, emotional, sexual, financial, or digital mistreatment, and often involves repeated coercive behaviors that threaten or intimidate the victim. So how exactly... This is literally entailing spanking.
No. You're not taking a look at my diagram for when I listed it to you. You do it one time with another complementary measure on Monday, right? Then let's say 2-3 months goes by, nothing happens, and then that's it, right? Let's say you do it one time or like 2 times within like a year, right? At a young age, right? But you don't ever do it again. Is that considered abuse?
Yes.
By your metric, you said you need to tell me.
Yes, it is.
You can't tell the scale of abuse. Is those 2 times doing that, but never doing it again?
Is it abuse when your boss? Is it abuse when your boss does it to you maybe only once or twice a year?
Again, you can't use that metric because they're not related. You're not. Oh my God! It doesn't work, Amender. It doesn't work, Amender.
It works perfectly. You're talking about somebody an authority figure that has control.
Is it your kid?
It's an authority figure that has control over your life.
No, disciplinary measures are for kids when you need to teach them various things. It's not.
Why not
when
just
you're an
use
adult.
verified ways to teach your kids as opposed to the literal physical abuse?
Again, it's not physical abuse if you're using my metric.
It's a behavior, action, or influence that's intended to cause harm, injury, or gain power or control over another person. So it is literally abuse.
Answer to me: is it abuse in my scenario if you do it? Let's say 2 times.
It's abuse if your boss does it to you, but somehow it's not abuse when an adult does it to a kid.
I can't believe I'm ever going to use this word. You can't be gish galloping.
I'm not gish galloping you. I'm giving you an appropriate example to why it's abuse. And I've brought up empirically backed sourcing, and for whatever reason, you're still attached to wanting to call spanking not abuse. So give me your argument.
Answering my question. You're not. If you answer my question, then it's
what's
simple.
Your question?
Okay, those 2 times that you did it in that child's life, and you didn't do it ever again after that, is that considered abuse?
Yes.
That's all I'm asking.
Yes.
So even like light hand, palms, only redness, you see that as abuse. Just one time, you see that as abuse. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. See, that's different because like I'm here assuming like you're thinking of the escalation and the worst case scenario, which I agree with you as bad, but I don't know. I don't see as like specific corrective measures paired with other corrective measures to
There are
solidify
corrective
that
measures
that
that don't
child.
involve hitting.
Sure, but I don't know. Like sometimes it works. I don't know. I can't.
Well, among adults, it's
speaking,
not
but also
allowed.
not
You're not
speaking
allowed. It
to
is
anybody.
presumed that you will not receive any physical abuse. It is completely not okay whatsoever. But when it comes to children, for whatever reason, we in the United States seem to think that that it is okay to hit children, and I completely disagree with that. I think it is a form of abuse. I follow the most of the European countries model where they literally list it as child abuse. You are not allowed to hit your kids.
Yeah, I look at funny enough, just from my experience, I look at the U.S. and the Russian model because that's literally how I also grew up. So I don't know. I was instilled very different lessons as a kid than most people.
We didn't know better back then. We know better now.
Well, yeah, true. I mean, I just still don't see it as an issue because of the reasons I mentioned. Like, if a kid grows up after, like, let's say the parents spank them 1 or 2 times, lightly, right? And he grows up, in like an angry mindset. He's a bad person, all of that. Then sure, okay, respectable, fine. Like even like certain measures. The point
like
is
why take that risk?
But it's not even because we need to see and understand what's
why
appropriate and what's not appropriate.
I'm asking, why take that risk?
I don't see it as a risk. I see it. I don't know. I just don't see it as a risk.
Here's the problem. We know for a fact that children that grow up through spanking have a higher likelihood of aggression, of all the things that I've mentioned.
But when we say spanking, we're talking about
you don't actually know
spanking.
whether or not you actually stop. You actually don't know whether or not that they'll lead to one or the other. So I'm going to ask you again, why take that risk? We know that risk is there. That's not up for debate. We know the risk is there. You said that there isn't, but there is. So we can't debate about that. That's just a simple debate of the facts. So
I would say
I'm asking you, why take that risk when there are better methods of doing it?
To gauge it, to see if it's valid or not, if it could still be usable in specific instances or not. That's the only reason, right, to gauge it, to see, right? The same way we gauge everything we do daily to see if it works, that's the same way we got to approach this.
So you're saying that, like, we want to test if spanking works by spanking to see if it is a valid form of disciplining your children?
Yeah, but not like.
So there's already a mountain of evidence already against this.
But
there are proven methods that lead to your children making better decisions and being better behaved through not spanking.
Spanking.
This is already proven. Like, this is already there.
If we're doing light hand, open palm spanking, the light one, right? Not beating your kids daily, right?
Yeah. There have been studies exactly regarding this. There's very little to determine whether or not it's a highly subjective thing to say that it is a light spanking versus a heavy spanking. People aren't super great at determining the exact amount of kinetic force that causes injury to the child. But even if you don't cause injury, it still increases aggression. It still just overall causes harm to the child. We could exhibit this. So I'm asking you, why take that risk? Your answer was that you wanted to like gauge to see whether or not that it is valid. However, there's already amount of evidence already against this. We already know it is not valid. We know better now than we did in the past. So I'm going to ask you again, why take that risk?
I would say because it could work for certain cases, and for most it probably won't. But maybe for a niche amount of cases, it does work.
My question.
It works in a benefit.
You're not understanding my question, because I'm not asking whether or not it could work. I'm asking, why take the risk?
I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't even say it's, and I don't want to be that person that says, look, we got to test everything. No, but like, I don't know, like for specific instances, like
we've already
doctors do
tested this. There's
right? They have
mountains and
specific
mountains of
collective
empirical
operations.
evidence on this. Mountains. It's insane how much data we have on this and the effects of spanking.
I disagree with the consensus of those scientists. They're paid by
so then you have to, it doesn't matter where you pick this up. It's pretty much everywhere. So, I mean, I guess we have to agree to disagree. I'm going to appeal to the people who know what they're talking about, and you're going to apply to your personal.
I agree for the most part. I'll take a look into more like more articles to see like everything. But no, listen, this was fun. I like this. Heck yeah.
Here, and I'll just pull up quickly. Just this is the AI overview. Does spanking work? Here, I'll provide it here. Research overwhelmingly indicates that spanking does not work as an effective disciplinary tool and is associated with significant negative outcomes for children. While it may temporarily stop behavior, it fails to teach positive behaviors that are linked to increased aggression, lower self-esteem, mental health issues, and potential brain development issues. Studies include analysis of 75 studies over 50 years showing that spanking does not lead to positive outcomes, often results in worse behavior over time. The brain and mental health impact. Research such as this study from Harvard Graduate School of Education indicates that spanked children exhibit changes in brain areas responsible for threat detection, similar to children exposed to severe maltreatment. Negative consequences. Spanking is strongly associated with increased antisocial behavior, anxiety, depression, and lower cognitive abilities. There is a punishment trap. Parents often use spanking because it momentarily stops a child's behavior, but it only reinforces the parent's action rather than improving their child's long-term behavior. And the expert consensus says that the major organizations like the American Academy of Pediatrics oppose corporal punishment and recommend using positive reinforcement, setting limits, and timeouts instead. So that's where we're at with it. It was good talking to you, Chaos.
Heck yeah, bro. No, I love the conversation. You have a great day.
Peace.
Peace.
Let's see. Did you guys like the fact that I had the notes up? Did you enjoy the notes? Did you like the notes? You basically get to see me going over the thought process. I try to do this anytime I'm debating somebody. If you guys like to see those notes, then let me know. Diverse Interest says yes. The notes were good. However, the points were not well established by the caller. I completely agree. Completely agree. Calamity, the new fire. Thank you. Hello. Bobro says, yes, I did, Amender. Notes are great, says Diverse Interest. Okay, cool. I will keep that in mind. Big W, 100% super fun. I appreciate Centrist despite the fact that we disagree. Chaos, me and my buddy Chaos. I enjoy Chaos. Believe it or not, even though we disagree, we can have a polite disagreement, which is cool. I think that's really important. The fact that both me and Kent Hovind were perfectly capable of having a legitimate discussion without any personal attacks was really cool. By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Let me see here what the alternatives to spanking are. And this is again from the Northern Illinois University. Says here, give choices. A choice gives someone control back to the child on the parent's terms. Parents who are really good at providing choices have children who are more compliant and good at making decisions. Nice. Take a timeout. Yes, you are the parent. Walk away. It is perfectly okay to say, I'm too upset to deal with you right now. We will talk about this later. True. Get someone else involved. If you feel like, wait, hold on. To spanking. Okay, yeah. Get someone else involved. If you feel like your child has got you so angry that you might not be in control, then ask someone else to help you who is not intimately involved in the situation. This reduces the likelihood that you will strike your child. Josian says, yes, but it is still worrying that people are insisting to remove evolution from schools. I mean, nobody is listening to Kent Hovind. Honestly, probably more threatening would be a guy like Ken Ham. That one's actually dangerous. AWOL says, good call, Chaos. Cowcrabber says, alternatives to spanking? Forcing a child listen to MAGA music rap. Oh my God. That's outright torture. We have AWOL saying, I'll call in a minute, Amender. Teach them what you expect. Instead of pushing them for misbehaving, teach them what they can do differently. Tell them next time, please hang your coat up in the closet. How can we help you remember to do this? Recognize positive behaviors. So when they hang up a coat and you tell them how much you appreciate that. Too often, parents only notice their children's misbehaviors and disregard the things that they do well. Very true. Very true. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Speaking of polite disagreements, what's up, 1stAmender?
Hi. How you doing? What did you want to talk about?
I'm going to pick up right behind Chaos. Because I have a couple of questions. Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Me and you've debated it before. And although I agree with you that there are tons of methods, because you broke out the box for me, and I agree with all those methods, I still think that spanking is important depending on who you're dealing with. I think parenting, well, I'm sorry. Earlier you said that you used the term testing, right? Like we're testing spanking to see if it works?
It was ChaosWhy who said that, not me.
Oh, okay. Well, to support his point, I think that parenting is always testing. There's no actual manual for parenting. And everybody is a separate individual. Some punishments work better with one person than it would with another. Would you agree with that?
I got stuck on the fact that there are literal parenting handbooks.
1stAmender. Okay, you know what? That shows me like you're one of those people. Oh, you don't have a child. You can't secondhand.
Fair, but there are. I mean, just FYI, there are parenting manuals.
No. This is what I'm saying to you. If everybody's an individual, that handbook is not going to cover every circumstance of raising a child.
Sure,
and
but
how they react
reading
to
about
it
is pretty important, don't you think? Like learning how to
Well,
discipline
yes,
your children without having to
what I'm
spank
saying
them.
to you is, okay. Look up the definition of abuse, because you were using
Yes.
abuse even if they were only spanked twice.
Sure.
I'll wait.
So the AI overview says abuse is defined as a behavior, action, or influence intended to cause harm, injury, or to gain power and control over another person, often involving a breach of trust. It includes physical, emotional, sexual, financial, digital mistreatment, and often involves repeated coercive behaviors and threaten to intimidate the victim.
That seems
Just
very
literally
harsh.
the definition of spanking.
Can that be tied to any of the other methods of disciplining a child?
If it is, then I would call it abuse.
Okay. So would you agree then that it depends on how that person perceives it, what they consider abuse is?
Sorry, say that again?
Would you concede that what's considered abusive is by the person being abused, how they perceive their punishment?
Like if the kid,
Okay. Let's take
like, are you saying like the kid gets put in timeout that the kid feels like that they're being abused?
Exactly.
Sure.
Okay. So when you were talking about how someone reacts to punishments, how do you know that one of your alternative punishments, instead of spanking, does more harm than good?
The mountains and mountains of child research that
Okay,
have
well,
studied
again,
this
take
in a
that research.
very to a very like long for a long. There are decades long studies that show this.
Yes, first amender.
Timeouts don't
How
cause
about this?
don't cause the negative outcomes that are associated with spanking.
Okay, first amender. Would you concede that there might be a child who considers, okay, let's say one of your punishments is that you take items away from your child. You would agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What item? Pick an item. I'll let you lead it.
I don't know, video games.
Okay, so you took away your kid's video games. If your child fixates on that and has a very negative reaction to it, and I don't mean negative as far as changing their behavior, but their behavior becomes worse, are you going to switch to another alternative method?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we've gone down this track before. When you run out of alternative methods, out of your box of tricks, you say that the child should go to a psychologist then, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously
You
there's
said
like
going through all
something,
of your
there's
options
something I'm doing
that
wrong. Yeah.
don't involve spanking. All of your options that don't involve spanking. Before spanking, they go to a psychiatrist, right?
Yeah, I'd probably go to psychiatrist is not the same as a psychologist, but yes, I would seek professional help.
Okay. Fair enough. I don't really feel like arguing with you today. I was just pressing the point. I was just curious about what you thought.
What do you think about all of the research that I was pulling up regarding spanking? You don't find it convincing? Are you in the same boat as Chaos?
Yeah, pretty much. Because my problem with most of the data, okay, I always ask questions of myself when I'm hearing these things, like, how many of the people doing this research actually have children? How many of the people doing the research were spanked as kids?
That is irrelevant.
Wait, let me finish. Of course, no, it is relevant.
It's
very
not.
relevant.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
It's a personal incredulity fallacy. If it is
Holy
possible
shit.
for a male to be a gynecologist, then surely somebody without children can learn about how to discipline children.
First Amender.
And also this presumes that like all of these studies, like the thousands and thousands of scientists that have studied this, particularly psychologists studying this, that all of the, like a majority of them don't have children. So there's numerous problems with your argument.
Wait, I'm sorry, repeat that. You said the majority of them don't have children?
I'm saying like it presumes that what if, like you're saying that out of thousands and thousands of psychologists sitting there writing about this topic, it presumes that a majority of them don't have children. And it's just an argument of personal incredulity.
If you say so, but I still think it's a relevant point.
It's not.
I think that it gives you, well, look, you can be a scientist and still have a personal perspective from your life, right?
What? Sorry?
Can't you be a scientist and still use personal accolades in your life and your life experience to help support what you're talking about? Even if they use the scientific method, do they exclude their own personal experience from that?
Yes, they would have to. As much as they possibly can. I mean, we're human. We can't fully get rid of all of our bias. But the fact is that there are thousands and thousands of research that unanimously show spanking is horrible. We should not be doing spanking.
Wait. Unanimously?
Yes.
I think you're using that wrong.
All right. Consensus.app. Are you saying, wait, I'm using the word wrong? Unanimous?
No, you're using the word wrong, but I'm saying you're overinflating it.
No, I'm not.
I think that there's a small minority who doesn't believe in that scientifically, right? No. Come on, first.
I'll pull it up. Hold on.
So wait, are you
We'll pull
telling
up the
me?
consensus.
Wait, are you telling me that if I just
we'll
spend
pull up
20
the
minutes on?
consensus.
Okay, fair enough.
Give me a moment. It is an LLM model, but it does pull from various studies, and it will give you an exact amount. Hang tight. It is
Oh, and by the way, I
searching.
didn't actually finish that sentence.
Okay. So it's pretty unanimous. It says, does spanking work? Spanking is not effective and leads to worse child outcomes. There's a total of 17 studies that were looked at. 16 of them say an emphatic no, with one study saying it's mixed. Spanking is widely used to correct misbehavior, but the large body of research shows that it does not improve children's behavior and is instead associated with a range of harmful outcomes across childhood and adolescence. Meta-analysis of 160,000 children found no evidence that spanking improves behavior and instead is linked to an increased risk of 13 detrimental outcomes, including more behavioral problems. Prospective studies show that...
Stop, man. Why are we rehashing this?
I'm just trying to explain to you just how unanimous this is.
Wait, stop, sir.
You said it wasn't unanimous, but it is unanimous.
Please chill. 1 second. I already know that that's your stance. You asked me why I didn't believe that data. I only got through one of my questions about it before you went back to this. Can I at least finish why I don't believe some of it?
Yeah.
Then you could actually dispute that.
Go.
Yes? Okay. All right, so as I said, I question whether or not these people have children or not. I question whether or not they were spanked when they were children or whether they were not, whether they didn't have any kind of spanking punishment in their own lives, because I do think that there are biases involved. That's why I just don't take it at heart that, like, it's completely right. And personal accolades may not mean anything to you, but I've watched other people's lives and other people go through things. You yourself talked about being spanked and you seem to be fine, and I'm sure that doesn't prove the point. I'm just saying that there are other people who were given a golden spoon and they wind up horrible without spanking.
So
that's it first.
You question if
those are the things that go through my head.
So you question if they themselves have children out of thousands of scientists.
Yes.
And you question whether or not that they were spanked.
Yes.
Which is just like a personal anecdote as opposed to like actual scientific analysis or studies. And then you wonder about their personal accolades. I don't know what relevance their personal accolades have to do with why you don't believe the data. Are you saying that you don't believe them because they have these like degrees?
Yeah. I don't believe them because they have degrees. Stop dumbing down the argument. You're really pissing me off now.
I'm asking. I'm not saying that that's what you said. I'm asking, is that what you mean? Because I don't know what you mean by personal accolades.
Okay. 1stAmender. I believe that data is compiled from human beings. And I don't believe that any human is non-biased in some way. So if they're doing a study on whether spanking is detrimental, I think it would be important whether they got their ass whooped every day when they were a child or whether they didn't. No matter what their numbers say, something's askew. Do you not see how that could happen?
I mean, I agree that there's always an inherent bias with any human, but we're talking about thousands of scientists.
I gave you an example. If the person got their ass whooped, do you think that they would, I don't know, look at their data in a different way?
I don't know, but you're talking about thousands of scientists.
You don't know. Really, first? I mean, this is
I
just
don't know. I mean,
it.
maybe not. You're talking about thousands of scientists.
No, I'm talking about one example. I'm giving you one scientist. I'm sure you could agree that at least one of those scientists had an abusive childhood where they got spanked a lot.
But
Are
they
you
can't
going to
just
tell me that
like
if that
use their
person
personal.
exists,
They can't just use
oh my God,
their personal anecdotal experience. They have to provide the study with actual numbers, actual research. Some of these studies go on for decades. Some of these are full meta-analysis with, full blind trials and everything. You can't
I don't
sit
even
there
feel
and
like we're
say
arguing the same
and
thing.
say like it is their personal opinion that, well, they got spanked and they think it would result in a bias. It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make sense first. I don't think
No.
you understand human nature.
I just
Well,
think
that's
that
fine.
you're talking about thousands of scientists. Like what? Like
Okay, wait a minute. Out of those thousands of scientists, you can agree with one thing, right? They either were spanked or weren't spanked, correct? We
yeah.
can agree on that, right?
Okay.
Okay, so what you're saying is that although they've gone through one punishment or the other punishment, all of their data will always support their point of view without any kind of bias.
So typically, in order to be a good scientist, is that you'll publish data of whatever it is that you find. The goal is to
Do
find
you
out
truly
about
believe
that
that?
thing. And there's a lot of data and research that shows spanking is not effective. There are better
Fair enough,
methods
Coach.
to disciplining your children that don't involve rolling the dice on abuse.
Rolling the dice on abuse. Now, that was some
Yes,
great wording there, sir.
but
Great
it's
wording.
true. It's true. It's like in some instances you get spanked, you turned out fine. I'm sure that's true. But the problem
Yeah, it
is
is.
that
It's
you
some
don't
places.
know whether or not your child will be one of the ones that turned out fine or one of the ones that are abusive later on in life. You don't know that.
And you never know because that's the testing part of it.
And that's
Because
why you don't
also,
spank. See?
also, 1stAmender, under that same logic, I could decide to take my kid's video games away from him. He decides that, you know what? I'm never going to let another person take anything away from me again in my life and become a sociopath. For all you know, it's the same thought process.
But when we observe, when we do these things, it doesn't lead to the negative outcomes that is led with spanking. Do you see the problem?
I see the way you see the problem. How about that?
Okay.
But all right. Well, first, wait. I'm out, man. I didn't really want to argue too long today. You did a good job on the Kent debate. I told you in the chat, by the
Appreciate
way.
it, AWOL.
Strong points, and I look forward to the second one.
Appreciate it. You have a great day.
Later.
Bye-bye.
You too, man.
Interesting. The problem that I'm having is that it's like mountains and mountains of evidence. Hey, we got a phone call. All right, hold on. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Hello, 1stAmender. It's Charlie. You
Hey,
remember
Charlie.
me?
I don't.
Well, that's unfortunate, but it's okay. I remember you.
What would you like to talk
Can you
about,
scroll
Charlie?
up in your notes to where it's about the same context. It's CHARLIE. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry.
I wanted to kind of touch on some points that the last caller and you were discussing.
Okay.
If I can. Is that cool?
Sure.
All right, perfect. Now listen, I'm just a dad. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not any profession dealing with anybody else's, problems or business or anything like that. This is just raw coming from an individual who's experienced both sides of what this conversation entails. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When I grew up, we got spanked. Talking witch hazel baths, black and blue. And that's what I remember from my childhood. There are no good times to recall because I can only recall those bad times. Exactly. You get used to getting spanked. You become numb to it. I have 5 other brothers that I watch get spanked the same exact way. 2 of which turned out and made weird decisions in life. One's decisions led him to prison. One's decisions led him, elsewhere. And then you have the rest one also decided to make bad decisions, regardless of how many times they were spanked. It didn't matter.
All 5 brothers turned out having made bad decisions in their lives?
Not all 5, only 3.
3.
Only 3. 50-50. Which I would like to call mentality. There's a difference between each individual person and their mentality. And what that means is I have a different mentality than my brother's mentality. I looked at the perspective of, okay, we're getting our asses whooped, excuse my language, and I don't want that to happen again. So how can I avoid this happening again?
Okay.
So then I would just avoid whatever would cause the problem with the spanking to begin in the first place, and I was fine.
Okay.
So I learned how to avoid getting spanked, basically.
Okay.
The other ones, they did what the heck they wanted to do, regardless if they got spanked or not. They did not care.
Okay.
So that's just a small perspective, if you will, of just the beginning portion.
Mm-hmm.
Now we move to the other side of the spectrum as an adult. I have 4 daughters. Okay. They never were spanked because when I reflect back to my childhood, when it comes time to discipline them, I would think back to my childhood and I would remember those moments and I would say, well, no, I'm not like that. I can do better. To me, I would just sit them down and we would have a conversation. I would just discuss with them individually on their level, in their way of understanding what they did wrong, why it was wrong, what do they feel their consequence should be, and then give them some choices, take away your game for an hour, take away, this or whatever the case may be. Then you got the part where they make the decision for themselves. They think through it, they make the decision, they sniffle, they cry because they don't want it. They don't want a punishment, but they have to make the choice. And then they're totally, I feel, empowered to make that choice on their own with good guidance, if you will.
And that is actually seen in parenting guides as being effective.
I don't read. I'm just going to be honest with you. This is just straight up from this moment in time watching you. I don't do any reading online and stuff like that because there's a lot of stuff that's online that I completely disagree with because it's not factual. It's a lot of theories. Theories don't equate to a factual element. What I'm giving you is what I just call a personal knowledge nugget that I can give to you because I'm here today.
All right.
Tomorrow I'm taught it won't matter.
I should let you know that when I'm referring to a theory, theories are, it's a lot of people, they colloquially refer to a theory as like a hypothesis, but a theory is not a hypothesis. A theory is a series of facts that lead to one explanatory model. That is a theory.
Well, that's just
it's the highest form of...
Again, I don't do a lot of reading online, and I don't mean to cut you off. I don't want to waste your time.
Okay.
I don't do a lot of reading online because I just like to think for myself and just have my own view of things. I like my own perspective, and I try to look through the lenses of many others in that perspective.
I mean, I was pulling up the Northern Illinois University Child Development and Family Center, or the NIU, which actually is entailing exactly what you had said, which is to give choices. A choice gives some control back to the child on the parents' terms. Parents who are really good at providing choices have children who are more compliant and good at making decisions. So yeah, it's like your personal anecdote aligns with the academic view on this.
Well, that's good. That just means that I make decent decisions. That's wonderful to know.
Yeah.
So now, out of the 4 daughters, 2 have moved on their own accord, on their own path in life, and make their own decisions. They're their own unique individual. I don't agree with what they do on some things, and some things I do agree. But to me, that's just life. But the boilerplate of it all is what we forget, the root element of. Every parent is going to do what they feel is best for their own child. There is no manual. That is absolutely correct. All we can hope for is that we equip the parents with the proper tools in helping them with handling their children through the experiences of other parents. I think you should root out anybody that's not a parent because their input is irrelevant. They don't understand. They haven't been through it.
Mm-hmm.
If you take just a group of parents and you equip the parents with the tools needed instead of threatening the parents through laws, that's just going to, again, equivalent to, you're basically just spanking parents at that point. So I think if you equip the parents with the proper tools, better outcomes could happen.
So I look at it as similar to like, government requirements for, making children wear seat belts or providing car seats, a requirement, not allowing them to be on the back of a truck, for example. Same thing with, I think it was like in the 1920s where it was okay for children to smoke. The reason why we did all of these things was because we didn't know better. And then research came out and then we knew better. And then we're like, okay, don't do this anymore.
Yeah. But that's all I had for you, man. Excuse me. I just wanted to kind of maybe just give, some perspective as to both sides of it because it's exactly equated for my life. And if somebody says don't rely on experience that you had in life because it's often wrong, then you've never lived life.
Mm-hmm. Well, I appreciate you calling, Charlie. I do. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Have a beautiful day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
It was Charlie and Spanking, everybody. 41. Very reasonable. And he sounds like a reasonable guy. He sounds like somebody who has life experience. The only thing that I would push back against is that he said that I don't think that if you don't have children, therefore you cannot contribute to this. I mean, just like how a male can be a gynecologist, I feel like that a person who does not have kids can learn about the psychology of children and then understand the best way to dealing with these things. But I'm sure having personal experience certainly helps. I'm not saying it doesn't. It does. But with that being said, it doesn't prevent somebody from being able to learn something that they don't have experience with. But I agree, there's a lot of bullshit on the internet. That's why I like to look up empirical sources. But lately I've been using AI Overview for these calls. And the reason why is because I've realized that people just don't give a crap about sources. They don't. They don't. Let me take a look here. Hey, phone call. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Hey, it's Charlie. And
hey, Charlie,
just
welcome
real
back.
quick, not to waste your time.
Sure.
I agree with you that the study itself could have some professionals that can help the parents, in creating these tools.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is I think that the majority of this group should be actual parents.
Okay.
But they should have professionals there to help provide.
My only pushback is yeah. I mean, I brought up the how a male can be a gynecologist, right? I mean, you don't have to have a vagina to learn everything there is to know about a vagina, right?
Well, I mean, that's just anatomy of life.
Yeah. Anyway, you get my point. Anyway, I think it's a good.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. Have a good one.
Bye-bye. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. This has been an interesting conversation, I would say. Reptile Dysfunction says, what's the hot topic of the hour? So far, we've been talking about spanking, but I'm open to anybody that wants to bring up any topic. Whatever a topic you want to, you could talk to me. I'm pretty progressive. Looks like we got a phone call. You're on the line with 1stAmender. You may have to turn down your stream, by the way. Oh, darn. Let's see. You set the studies minus the bias. Yes, you try to, if you do plan on having some studies, that you try to remove as much bias as possible. But it looks like that y'all brought up a very interesting, every call has been a W so far, says Centrist. Thank you. The spanking debate. Steinfeld says, 1stAmender right here. Jordan, Awolthoughts, I'm guessing you do not consider spanking a form of abuse, rather a valid form of discipline. Trying to actually understand you rather than just calling you an abuser, cough, cough. So I'm not calling the people who spank as an abuser, because I just think that people are just ignorant to the fact. And I think like people don't realize they're causing harm in the same way that when somebody was giving cigarettes to children, that they didn't think that they were hurting the children. It was only until after studies came out that they realized that, okay, I think I would only call them an abuser if they're well aware of this information and they take it as valid and they still continue to spank. I'd be like, okay, yeah, that's an abuser. I think like the lack of awareness is probably the problem, not necessarily because you spank, you must be an abuser. I just think based on all of the research and evidence, spanking is child abuse. You are accidentally abusing your children. Resist oppression, saying it only teaches kids that when their physical violence is okay. Yes, we went over that through numerous studies. We went over it. Reptile Dysfunction says, they are my kids. I'll do what I want. Well, I mean, there's definitely cutoffs to that, right? For example, you are required to put your kid in a car seat if they're like a certain size. Like you will get arrested if you don't do that. Same thing if like you don't have them wear a seatbelt. It's really important that we take meaningful steps to reduce harm on children. And so having reasonable rules on how you're supposed to take care of your children is fine. But we do tend to actually, I would even say that we put too much on child autonomy, I guess, or I'm sorry, parental autonomy. Let's see. First, out of context, read the rest of the messages. My bad. AWOL says, that's what he doesn't get. Doesn't matter how many times he tells me what he reads on data. I'm basing my judgment on my own life and the lives of people around me. Yeah, I disagree with that. I think reading and then getting educated about it, you may end up with a different experience or understanding, a deeper understanding than just a personal anecdote. Personal anecdotes is not a valid way of understanding something. Hold on. So I decided to just Google real quick so you understand my train of thought here. I asked, are personal anecdotes an effective way of finding truth? Personal anecdotes are generally not an effective or reliable way to find objective truth, as they represent a sample size of one and are prone to cognitive biases, memory lapses, and emotional exaggeration. While anecdotes are powerful for illustration and empathy, they often confuse personal experience with broader statistical reality. The key problems relying on anecdotes is the sample size of one. A single experience cannot represent a general trend, often leading to an invalid, hasty generalization. It is filled with cognitive biases where people often remember vivid, unusual, or emotional events that were more clearly than typical ones. Availability heuristic, making stories untypical. There is a lack of control. Anecdotes cannot establish causation as they rarely account for all variables and external factors. And there are logical fallacies. Relying on personal stories often leads to the person who fallacy, ignoring data because I know a person who. Person who fallacy? That's funny. That's new. Let's see. William Price says nothing better than doing a bunch of philosophy and sociology studying and then doing acid. Yeah, don't do that. Do not do that. A. Helms, 1990 says, using Google AI for everything instead of using logic and reason is insane. Read endless words you do not even understand due to your rambling on. Okay, so a couple of problems. Number one, I have taken it very important to pull up like strong empirical studies from like, I mean, I swear I could pull up the Lancet. The problem is that my opponents do not respect this. They do not care. I could be going to a .edu site, the most empirically backed thing, giant meta-analysis. They don't care. So rather than me spending hours upon hours Google searching for a specific study and then reading it out for everybody, I'm using Google AI because ultimately right-wingers do not care about sources. They've never cared about sources, and pretending like the fact that I'm pulling up some recursory information is somehow a defeater is not an argument. Diverse interests is correctly saying, so if you look at what the scientific method is, it is designed to remove bias and factors which could skew information. 100%. 100%. A. Helms is says .edu is a liberal bias views. Do you see, dude, I called it. guys, don't listen to any education. It's liberal and biased. .edu is a liberal bias. Bro, please call in. Holy crap. That is not a the gotcha you think it is. That is actually hilarious. .edu is a liberal view. Oh my God. We are so cooked as a society. It's so wild. Oh my God. .edu is a liberal bias. Man, that's the laugh of the week right there. That's great. That is a great comment. Ahelm 1990 says, can you bring up studies backed by both views, not by ones that are transing kids in schools? Nobody is transing kids in schools. 0 people are transing kids in schools. It's total nonsense. I don't know what you're talking about. But feel free to call in. Phone number is 202-998-5218. We can go over it. Be glad to have the discussion with you. Ahelm says, okay, bud, go to college and you'll find the teachers telling you their feelings as facts. Wrong. Incorrect. They give you the tools of critically thinking, not feelings as facts. You're the one that is providing feelings. Feel free to call in, though. Phone number is 202-998-5218. We can have the discussion. Center's perspective is schools equals trans centers for the youth. That's just wild. That is just insane. Dude is just like, don't get educated. You'll become trans. That's hilarious. Wait, hold on. We have an appropriate... I just realized. Holy crap, we've got an appropriate picture for this. Hold on, I got it right here. Where is it? Ah, my favorite. Breaking news. Man invents fictional scenario and then gets angry about it. Education is great when the liberals aren't pushing their propaganda. You sound like you have never been to college. Please call in. Please. Please, I would love it if you called in. Awolthoughts says, if tomorrow the scientific community has a solid consensus that dogs could talk and talk properly, would you believe it instantly or subconsciously go against it? I'd want to read that shit. But yeah, I would need to understand how they got to that conclusion. I don't know if it would be like an instant belief. I would read what they found. Like, basically what they would need to show is like a dog literally talking, like after going through whatever training plan they did. And I would have been like, that's incredible. Science is amazing. We could do all sorts of cool discoveries with science. Cowcrapper says, first year of college, I thought I was in hot shit. Oh, hold on. I thought I was hot shit reading Ayn Rand and stuff. Then in a semester, I grew up. True. You know, I did read Ayn Rand as well. I did. I read The Fountainhead. I used to love Ayn Rand, but that was during like my libertarian phase. After a while, I started realizing this chick is crazy, dude. Resist Oppression says, 1stAmender, did you get the book Medical Apartheid yet? Nope. But I am currently reading the book Who's Afraid of Gender by Judith Butler. It's a great book so far. Great book. Yeah, this is the book I'll show you. As long as it doesn't pull up my personal Amazon. Jesus. Who is Afraid of Gender by Judith Butler. Great book so far. It made me realize that transness is not an ideology. It is it's actually the anti-trans movement that is the real ideology. That's one thing that I've learned from it. And I've also learned like the inner motivation is more tied to religiosity than one would initially assume, of like a desire of disgust. Jorda 08420 says, I remember sitting in a calculus lecture and my female professor ranting 40 minutes about equality because some students said that they preferred the other tutor, who happens to be a guy. Hilarious. Resist Oppression says, definitely pick that one up. Medical Apartheid. Let me look it up. Medical Apartheid book. Who did it? Who did the book? Let me see. Is this it? The Dark History of Medical Experimentation on Black Americans from Colonial Times to the Present. Brutal. That's a brutal read. Let's see. Bobro says, Amender, are you being paid by Judith Butler? No. You just seem to support that book a lot. Not that I have a problem. No, it's because I'm going through that book. It's on my head. Cowcrapper says, I'm reading Nazi Hunters about the investigation into the Nazi rat lines of South America. It's quite good. Yeah, dude, lots in, yeah, don't check your grandpa's, if your grandpa's in Argentina, don't check that trunk in the attic. Do not. Advise against it. By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number 202-998-5218. I suppose if we don't get any calling, no big deal. We'll I can cut it. We've been streaming for about 3 hours, so it's been pretty good. Good stream. Cowcrabber says, LOL, yeah, do not open that thing. True. Diverse Interest says, how do Christians deal with Christ saying that he is the morning star when it comes to the trans? Do they not know who the morning star is and who Christ says he's replacing? What is that from? Morning star? Christ? Morning star. I'm not aware of this. In Revelation, Jesus identifies himself as the bright morning star, a title symbolizing hope, the dawn of a new era, and a promise of his return. This metaphor signifies Jesus as the light that breaks through the spiritual darkness, heralding an end of suffering and the beginning of an eternal day. Let's see here. Hold on a sec. All right. And I love this. I love this stuff. Look at this. Person says, sad liberals. And then it says, coexist, love is love. All are welcome. Hate has no... Go away, you voted wrong. The party of tolerance. 47% of Democrats have ended a relationship over politics. All right. Here's my my response to that. Breaking news, man invents fictional scenario and then gets angry about it. I don't know why they keep doing this, guys. Chat, they keep doing this. That's why I keep posting the same picture. They all invent a fictional scenario and then get mad about it. And like they presume that that the reason why the relationship is breaking down is because they voted wrong. No, it couldn't have anything to do with all of the baggage that comes with being that. It could have nothing to do with that. Like, what if like your partner just starts being really hateful to like a group of people that are speaking Spanish? It would be like, yo, why are you doing that? Stop. Like, I'd be like, dude, I can't handle you if you're going to sit there and be hateful to a bunch of Spanish people just because they're speaking Spanish. What the hell is this? Somebody sent me an invite on Discord, but no, anyway, let's keep going. Okay, here's another one. This is once again, it's the same thing. Accuracy, 100%. Liberal white women heading out to get the new hantavirus vaccine in their 12th COVID booster. Don't worry, I got you, homie. I got you covered. Do I got a picture for you? Why are y'all like this? How to interact with someone who's still falling for it. I don't know. These people are wild, bro. Readers added a community note to which a post you replied or reposted. What? Okay. I don't know what this note is, but okay. Cowcrapper says, MAGA is really the dumbest movement maybe ever. Yeah, I'm curious as to like what will happen, I guess. Let me see what else I can find. This is good. Who's Richard Strocker? Oh, just it's fake. Anyway, I hope you guys are having a good Saturday. I'm having a great Saturday. Tell me if you guys like this kind of like content as opposed to like me playing a video game and just engaging. I don't know. I may go back to the games because it's fun. It's fun to just play a game. Oh my God, dude. I love this picture. I love this picture. I'm so glad that someone posted this picture. Hold on. I have to save this. It's a more professional in this setup, in my opinion. You think so? Appreciate it, Steinfeld. Calcrapper says, I like a mixture of commenting in the back and forth with the chat and gaming it up. Nice. You like them both. Okay. Wait, Lafferty says, both are boring. Both are boring. All right, well, what do you want me to do? I'll listen to you. Anyway, take a look at this. A communist, a Nazi, an ANCOM, and an ANCAP walk into a bar. I'm sorry, we don't serve minors. That's a good one. That's a funny picture. Let's see. We got Resist Depression who's saying they got to get back to work. I'll swing by later if you're live. Thank you, Resist Depression. Thank you. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you. Let me see what else we can find here. Let me see. I'm looking for stuff. Hold on. Give me a sec. I'm looking. Sorry. All right, check this out. It says here, socialist propaganda. Then, so Nazi, and now, which is Greta Thunberg. Then why do white nationalists vote Trump? Just curious. I would like to know an answer to that. If it's socialist propaganda, right? Also, we'll post this. This is great. They're great pictures. I'm so glad I have that picture. Let's see what else we can find. I get so many like racist like crap on my Twitter. It's awful. I think it's probably because I respond to it. Like that's probably why Twitter is just like feels like it's a racist hellhole. Awolthoughts says Greta is annoying. I think Greta is a great activist. I think she's fighting for the right cause. I do. Cowcrapper says, Amender, remember when that Orthodox dude brought up Michelle Obama when talking about descendants? Yeah, dude. I was like referring to like all humans are apes. That's true. They are. We are a part of the great ape category, taxonomically speaking. And then he was like, so Obama ape? I'm like, why are you bringing up Obama? That's so cringy. What a cringe thing to say. Dude, imagine like saying that like as like a human being to like another human being. Like, oh yeah, that's an appropriate thing to say. Do you think he would say something like that like in person? I feel like I would never say something like that. I'm like, that's awful. What an awful thing to say. Let me see what I can find. Ah, this one's good. We always knew the self-hating Latinos are racist. Enrique Tarrio saying it wasn't Congress. Southerners might have saved the midterms. Ask every single time. States' right to do what? Comma. Exactly. Clown emoji. And we'll just add this just for fun. I love, by the way, this is a great comic. There you go. Enjoy. Awolthoughts says he did it for two reasons. One, he wanted to be racist, and two, he was hoping that he could spank your Trump derangement syndrome and derail you from your point in debate tactics. He didn't. Not only did he not derail it successfully, but he was the one that ended up looking like a racist douchebag. So I thought that was great. That was his fault. He screwed up, not me. Let's see. AWOL says, 1stAmender, answer my question. Are you supporting Greta because she's behind a good cause, or because you think that she is truly efficient at being an activist? Which one? Both, I would say. Do I have to pick one? Both. There's so much AI slop, bro. For example, crazy declassified footage from an unidentified friendly opus. Just the hell? What is this? What am I looking at? It's just AI. It's dumb. Cowcrapper says, yeah, AWOL, Kung Fu Joe really effed up. Completely agree. AWOL says, 1stAmender should do this for a portion of your show every time that there's a 5-minute segment. Believe it or not, this is going to bring more people over to your channel. Yeah? Like what? The Twitter stuff or what exactly? God, this AI madness. Yeah, it's crazy. Let me keep looking. I'm just looking for some stuff. Anything worth commenting on? Calcrapper saying, might have to buy a new controller. Were you looking to get the Steam controller? Okay, can you give me why you think she's a good activist? That will help me clarify that question. I just think that she's been in a lot of really high profile instances, and her presence has been highly impactful. So I would say that she's a very effective activist. You know, she showed up very young. She was there at the United Nations, telling people, how dare you, which was, you know, it was pretty good in combating climate change. Let's see. Calcrapper says, I wanted the Steam controller. Ooh, we're getting a phone call. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Oh, crap. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't expect that to work. So, hi.
Can I get your name?
This is, you know what? I'd rather not say. Sorry, and I've never really followed you or anything. I just kind of saw your feed pop up, and I was
so
like,
no name?
Just trying to.
What should I call you?
You know, I don't know. What would you like to call me?
I don't know. Whatever you want to be called.
Let's go with Bill.
All right, Bill. What would you like to talk about?
So I was kind of watching your feed, and I don't really fully understand your position. I'm just trying to flesh it out. I saw that you had debated Kent Hovind, and I'm not going to try to defend him. I've seen a few of his videos, and he's drives me nuts. But and I saw that you kind of debated them on like, well, what's a better explanation for life? Is it evolution or is it the Bible?
Well, it was specifically, it was like what was better for explaining the diversity of life.
Okay, that's fair.
Because evolution doesn't actually address how did life get here. It just explains like, hey, why we see a lot of different creatures of varying features. So, what caused that? And the current explanation is evolution.
Okay. No, that's fair. And I would have a hard time pushing back against that. What I would ask is, would you be also willing to take the position that evolution is a better explanation for life than, say, God? Not necessarily the Bible, just God in general.
So no, neither, because evolution doesn't explain how life got here. That's abiogenesis.
Right, which is, as far, I mean, I've read into it a little bit. I'm nothing but a novice. I wouldn't pretend to be anything more than. But yeah, from what I understand, that's nothing but theories and shooting in the dark.
Abiogenesis is not. I would assume you're referring to a hypothesis. Abiogenesis is using some very empirical frameworks to exactly how life began, but we are understanding more and more as it continues on.
Right, but from what I understand, the more we understand, the more we have no idea as far as how we got life from non-life.
No, that's not true.
Oh, okay. Well, what would you propose then?
Well, I'm saying like we're learning more and more as we're going along.
Right. But from what I understand, we're learning that we have no freaking clue. Like,
no, so we have varying hypotheses which are empirically backed, but we don't know exactly which one is correct. It could even be a combination of them all, right? We don't know. We don't have a way to falsify those hypotheses, but they are valid hypotheses based on known facts, right? As opposed to like the God worldview, which just magics into existence life.
Okay. I mean, without knowing more on the topic, I can't really argue with you on that one. So I can grant that. Crap, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't really think through my thoughts before I even called in. I probably should have done that.
No, you're good. We don't have to take it super like it doesn't. It could just be a casual conversation, you know.
Right. So then, how would I'm assuming you're familiar with the Kalam argument?
Yes. The Kalam cosmological argument?
Right, where, in order for, everything had to have a beginning and so on and so forth. And then from there, you kind of argue backwards towards God.
Yes.
Do you see that as an insufficient argument?
Yes.
Why?
It presumes an anthropomorphism that exists beyond space-time. That doesn't make any sense.
Does it presume or does it reason to?
No. It presumes an anthropomorphism of that which exists beyond space-time.
Okay, but would you agree that you have to have how do I want to
source?
This? Would you agree that you have to have some sort of a cause to have anything?
Logically, yeah.
Okay. And would you agree that this cause would have to be sufficient enough to result in anything?
So, I mean, the problem is that, okay, presume a first cause. Great, fabulous. What gets us to, it thinks, it cares about us, it judges us, it cares about what chemical waste rod goes into chemical waste holes.
Right.
Why would it possess any of those things existing beyond space-time.
Well, getting to where it thinks, that's an easy one, but getting to where it cares, well, that would be a separate argument entirely.
I'm saying like any of those things, like what we're doing is that we're attributing human traits and characteristics to something that doesn't even have a stage, right? Like the stage of like space-time is not there. There's no like temporal understanding. And so it presumes anthropomorphism beyond space-time. And that doesn't make sense to me.
Well, how would you, I mean, because how you described it is exactly, that would be my argument, because in order to get the effect from the cause as you described would be, non-metric, non-material, and all that kind of stuff. So, you talked about how do you get something that's intelligent? Well, how do you get a change absent cause and effect outside a decision?
Okay. If
that would be my argument.
Well, I mean, it could just happen, right? There's lots of things that just happen, save from, huh?
How when does anything happen outside cause and effect?
Hold on. No. You said you attributed something intelligent to it. There's plenty of cause and effect that happen without a single intelligent body, right?
Right.
Like an example would be like a sun being consumed by a black hole. The sun isn't like, oh no, and the black hole isn't going like, oh yeah, right? It just exists. There's no intelligent thought there. It's just matter.
Right.
Mattering, I guess.
Yeah, no, and I get what you're saying with that, but I would say, but we're talking pre-material, right? So there is no matter in motion because there's no matter. There's no cause and effect because we're non-metric. We're pre-everything. So in that instance, the only thing that would create an effect absent cause would have to be decision, unless there's an example of any time you get an effect without cause outside of some sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Conscious mind, I suppose.
Do you understand my contention?
I think I do. Maybe I don't. But yeah, because I think you're from. I'll try to steel man you as best I can. You're saying that a lot of times things just happen because of the processes already in place, but you're working within a framework of cause and effect. A black hole absorbs the sun because they're already on a trajectory towards each other. Yeah, no decision was made there. It's just what was happening. But but now we're pre-existing matter in motion, right? I mean, because if we're pre-existing, I mean, let's just assume, for the sake of argument, that everything began at the Big Bang. Well, you don't get a bang as a cause. It's not, or a bang as an effect. It's not a cause. So that's kind of how I guess what I'm trying to say is.
Yeah. What is an anthropo? Yeah, that's not my argument. What is an anthropomorphism?
Honestly, I don't know.
It's okay.
Other than if you can explain what you mean by that.
So an anthropomorphism is you are attributing human traits, emotions, behaviors, or intentions to non-human entities, things like animals, inanimate objects, or natural phenomenon. Take for example, like if you went to like if you went to a tribe of people that lived on a volcanic island, and then they said, oh, the volcano god is mad at us, and they're pointing at the volcano. The volcano doesn't have any any intention. It just be volcanoing, right? And so the problem is that when you presume a first cause mover, the second step that people make, and it's actually a leap of logic, is they presume an anthropomorphism, human characteristics of something that exists beyond space-time. Because if it does make universe, whatever that is, assuming that's even possible,
Right.
It's possible that the universe is asymptotic, or I believe mathematically it's currently Big Bounce theory. Like that's actually backed up in the math. But presuming a literal first cause mover, why would I assume the characteristics of any anthropomorphic qualities?
I don't think it's a leap of logic to assume intelligence when you have to assume a decision. Like now, as far as everything else, as far as like
that's circular logic.
I don't think. Well, and this is where I would
because
say
you're assuming the decision, which means whatever this thing is beyond space-time decides.
I think it's just reading from
and
the
so
impossibility
you're
of the
attributing once again an anthropomorphism, a thing that thinks by deciding.
Right,
it's thinking, and it is acting with purpose, right? But like a volcano, volcanoes just be like a volcano and they explode. It didn't decide to explode. It just did, right? It doesn't have a decision. Do you see the problem?
Right. No, well, and this is where I think I disagree with you, because I don't think that I'm making a leap here. I think I'm arguing from the impossibility of the contrary. In the same instance, if, like, let's say you have a vase resting on a counter. All right, the counter's completely level. There's nothing wrong. There's no earthquake. There's nothing. Then all of a sudden, the vase jumps off the counter and crashes into the ground. The reasonable decision is, hey, somebody knocked the vase off the counter. And that's based on the impossibility of the contrary. So it's not a leap of logic. So if I see that we're in a non-metric state, there is no cause and effect. I don't think it's a leap of logic to assume that the only thing that would constitute change outside of cause and effect would be a decision, i.e. that constitutes a mind. I don't personally see that as a leap of logic.
Does cause and effect require time?
Yeah, I think anytime you have cause and effect, you have time.
But doesn't it exist beyond space-time?
I mean, that'd be a tough one to argue.
It would exist beyond space-time if it made the universe.
Any time you have a consecutive series of events, you have some form of time frame to measure them.
Okay, so how do you decide if there's no time?
Well, more importantly, okay, I that's a fair point, but I would say you'd have to have something that exists outside of time, which I understand is hard to conceptualize. But more importantly, how do you get cause and effect without matter?
I mean, how do you get to cause and effect without matter?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Because we're assuming a pre-material universe, correct?
I mean, I'm saying, like, you presume that there is a God that set everything into motion, and you're providing the anthropomorphic. You're baking into it the idea of an anthropomorphic quality.
I don't think that I'm baking into it. I think
you are, because you're saying it's deciding
to it.
It's deciding. Right. Same thing like how a volcano decides. Volcanoes don't decide, they just explode. Why couldn't I presume, say, for example, that there is some abstract entity that makes universe, similar to how volcano make lava? Not that it is choosing to make lava, but that it just makes lava. Why can't there be something that makes universe?
What would that something look like?
Whatever. If I don't know, I don't know. It's beyond space time. So like the whole, all we've ever known is things that exist within space time. So like the very fabric of existence require, like, in order to have, for example, the particles that we're made of, we have to excite like the quantum foam that enables things like molecules to exist and therefore objects. If you remove that fabric entirely and leave no time and no space, I have no idea what something like that would look like, assuming that's even logical. And so this is why I say that an anthropomorphism beyond space-time makes no sense.
I mean, I think it makes more sense than what you just described. Some mechanism that just makes the universe outside of any sort of reason or cause.
Yeah, why not?
Because then, what's the cause of that? You end up.
It
with
just
this
makes universe.
regression.
It's timeless, immaterial. It makes universe. That's it.
And you don't see that as a problem of infinite regress?
No.
Why not?
Because it just makes universe and it's outside space-time. There's no regress.
Okay. And how would that, like, so assuming that, so we're going to have to, again, trying to reason back. All right, so it's going to have to be sufficient to result in the universe. It's going to have to be, and I don't necessarily think this is the best argument for intelligence, but it is an argument, and I can kind of see where they're coming from. Is the fact of the matter is the universe is orderly. It's governed by laws. So I can see where you would say, well, it's going to have to be something. Hey, how you doing, Chief? Hey, I got to go.
All right. That was Bill, everybody. I suppose I'll call it, Does God Exist? Or did God make the universe? That was an interesting conversation. Infinite regress is only an issue for a monotheistic God. That was Bill, everybody. Bill. So yeah, disappointing. BD Clip says infinite regress is only an issue for a monotheistic God. I mean, you could presume that there is no infinite regress because it's beyond space-time, and so it wouldn't matter. But the problem is that I'm having is that it really does come down to that whatever exists beyond space-time, there is like an assumption that it possesses anthropomorphic qualities, such as it thinks. That makes no sense. Why? Like, you don't even have the stage for matter. So why would there be anthropomorphic or any anthropomorphism? Whatever it is, it would be entirely foreign to us. We wouldn't even know what we're looking at. Even the concept of looking doesn't make any sense because photons need to travel, which assumes what? It assumes time. So whatever it is, you wouldn't even be able to look at it. Whatever, like it would be, assuming that it's even possible. Disappointing bad BD Clip says most worldviews can be agnostic to it is what I mean, while Christians have to presuppose their God is an exception. Yes. Yes. Anthropomorphism. There's tons and tons of anthropomorphisms, and humans are really, really good at attributing human qualities to things that are not human. We do so all the time. You know, think, from the north wind and sun, where it's like we attribute some human quality to the wind. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Hey, sorry about that. I dropped the call real quick. Wasn't
Bill.
trying to run from it or anything.
Okay, Bill, no problem.
Yep. All right. So, crap. Where were we? Brain fart. Yeah, we were talking about the. You're accusing me of anthropomorphizing.
Here, I'll pull it up.
Yeah, sorry about that.
So, I'm just looking at my notes. Give me a sec.
Yeah, no worries.
You were talking about a vase, and then you said it would have to be sufficient to result in the universe. The fact that the universe is orderly is the last note.
Oh
that I have.
yeah, and that's right. Yeah, and again, I don't necessarily think that this is the greatest argument for intelligent design, but I do understand the point of it. Of especially when you look at currently the universe is undergoing entropy and everything's sort of breaking down, it's winding down, and we're going to a state of entropy and all that stuff. Obviously someone wound it up. I understand this is a very Frank Turek-y sort of argument, but
You're again attributing an anthropomorphism.
yeah, I don't necessarily understand why that's a logical fallacy.
It's not that it's a logical fallacy. It's that it doesn't make sense.
Why wouldn't it if that's how it appears?
Okay, so take for example, I brought up as this picture of the north wind and the sun, where it appears to have a man who is wearing a coat with a staff, who is pushing against the wind, and in the wind there appears to be a face of the wind blowing at this person. I would imagine ancient people of the time would attribute an anthropomorphism or a purposeful intent behind the wind, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're doing that for the creation of the universe.
Okay. But obviously you can't apply that principle to everything, because if I go in and I see that somebody wrote something down, I don't just assume natural causes led to it. I have to anthropomorph. That's a fair
no, so you don't
make.
have to, if you're seeing a writing down, it is fair to say not an anthropomorphism, but a human wrote it down. Okay. It's not an anthropomorphism. It's just a human.
Okay.
Obviously, if I see human footprints, it's safe to say a human was there at some point.
Okay.
But regarding the universe, we can say, yeah, a universe exists and it had a beginning, but attributing cause, attributing a being that says, I must make this, and a being that looks down upon us and wishes us well, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, I mean, as far as the whole, what are the intent of that? Well, I mean, obviously, I wouldn't try to philosophize into that one.
Well, the problem isn't the intent.
That's a word.
The problem is the presumption of that. We're presuming that that's what's happening, when in reality, it's no different from ancients looking at the wind and thinking that there is a wind god that has a purpose for it.
I mean, you could say that, or you could say, based on the evidence that, because I don't see it as like God, because what you're describing is the God of gaps argument, and I don't see it as that. I see it as based on what we see order, we see laws, we see and more importantly, we see deviation from order.
I'm not describing a God of the gaps argument.
Okay. I mean, that's kind of how I'm hearing it, I guess.
So a God of the gaps is just a term that describes where there is a gap in scientific knowledge, and it is being used as evidence for the existence of God. So, for example, a God of the gaps argument would be that we're trying to find natural explanations to abiogenesis, but we do not actually have all of the answers for abiogenesis, and we don't know exactly what created life, but we have some valid hypothesis. Therefore, God, right? That would be an example of there is a gap of scientific knowledge, and so we attribute that to God.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm doing is that humans, we're very, very good at creating patterns. And because like we're super immensely conscious, like we're consciously aware of not only our own existence, we're consciously aware of our own mortality as well. As a result,
are we good at creating them or recognizing them?
We're just aware. We're just aware. We're very aware. And because we're very aware, what we do is that we end up attributing anthropomorphizations to all sorts of things, from winds to volcanoes to animals to inanimate objects.
Do you think that that's possibly I don't know if this would be the right term for it, but I don't know if it wouldn't be begging the question, but it would be I don't know, I guess just assuming. Like, what if that, I mean, because you're assuming that because we've done this in the past, and I'm not gonna argue with you on that one, that's what we're doing currently. Or is it, as you pointed out, we are good at recognizing
I'm using them as examples so you understand the anthropomorphic problem.
Right. Well, is it a problem with that, or is it just correct? Like, because I feel like you're assuming that because it looks too much like this, it must therefore be incorrect. When well, what if it's just correct?
Have you ever heard of the Hubble Deep Field?
I can't say that I have.
It's okay. So
I mean, I've heard of Hubble, obviously, but
yeah, no, you're good. All right. So this is actually a really interesting experiment it's not really an experiment. It's more of an observation that was done. The Hubble Space Telescope looked out at a patch of sky that was no bigger than a grain of sand held out at arm's length. This patch was devoid of any stars, galaxies.
Oh, I know what you're talking
objects.
about. And they gathered as much light as they could over the
Yeah, they
period
basically
of,
like had this telescope look into this direction for about a week or so.
Yeah,
and they found
it was littered with galaxies.
Yeah, they found that there were over 3,000 galaxies in a patch of sky no bigger than a grain of sand held out at arm's length.
Right, but you understand, like, for me as a Christian, I'd have absolutely no problem with that whatsoever, right?
No, fair enough. I'm saying, like, that by that measure, we've deduced that within the observable universe, there are 7 septillion planets. 7 septillion. That number is so big, people can't even fathom it. The concept of that number is so big.
Yeah, and as a Christian, I would have a super simple explanation.
Do you think that a universe containing 7 septillion planets was built for us?
Stand by for just a second. I gotta get better service. All right. All right. I think that's better. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you think an observable universe?
Hold on. You're breaking up really bad. Let me see if I change up my thing. All right. I think I can hear you better now.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're breaking up really bad, but I think I can get the gist of what. Yeah, and it might be on my end. I don't know, but I think I can get the gist of what you're saying.
My connection is good on my end. I'm wired, and
okay, it's clearing up a little bit.
Okay, so so do you think that within our observable universe of 7 septillion planets, do you honestly believe that this is all made for us?
Yeah, so like as a Christian, I would have a super simple explanation for that.
Okay.
It's just God says, if you want to see my majesty, look to the sky. Well, the claim is a big God. I would expect a big sky. So it's, I understand it seems very elementary and it seems like an insufficient answer, But if that was in the Bible and I looked to the sky and we were the only galaxy and there wasn't anything else, that to me would be a red flag. Now I get this is very basic. This is a pretty insufficient answer to someone who wants to, dive into the deeper meaning of everything. But to me, it's like it's simple. God wants us to be in awe of him, so he creates something to be in awe of, i.e. space. And is there more to it than that? Probably, but that's just, to me as a Christian, that's a pretty basic and sufficient answer.
Okay. Do you think that there's likely life out there?
Probably not. No.
Out of 7 septillion planets?
Yeah, no, I think when you look at it's possible that there's, maybe some biological forms out there, but no, I don't think so, just based on, what all constitutes, what is needed for life to exist. I think the more they dive into it, the more, at least the scientists I've heard talk about it, they're thinking more and more there's not life elsewhere. Just because, again, this goes back to the fine-tuning argument, and I understand that I've heard the rebuttal to the fine-tuning argument. It's like saying that a puzzle is fine-tuned to a hole or whatever it might be. But I think when you look at what you need for life, I think when you look out to space, the chances of it happening again are slim to none. I don't care how many, I get like the law of math is there and everything, but again, just because you flip a coin 10 times doesn't mean that you're going to get 5 heads and 5 tails. One, I forget what that law is, but you know what I'm saying.
So
no, but basically, no, I don't think that there's life elsewhere. I've got more reasons than just that. Probably some you'd buy, some you wouldn't.
Not only would there be, like, even if we assume, like, within the Goldilocks zone and everything, there would literally be millions of creatures just as intelligent as us.
Mm-hmm.
Though, with that being said, I think that there's a lot of distance between stars and galaxies, and so as a result, we're likely not going to be finding one nearby our Earth. But the fact is that is an insanely high number. 7 septillion planets within our observable universe. We have, by the way, no idea how big the actual universe is, other than that it's bigger than how old the universe even is.
Right.
So yeah, that number, the number is so insane. It would be insane to assume that we on this tiny little planet, that this is made for us. It doesn't make any sense.
I would agree with you outside of a God, but with the existence, if assuming that there's a God, it makes perfect sense. So yeah,
do you find
logically, I don't have a problem with that.
That if you were born to the east of the Himalayas, the probability of you believing in Jesus and the Western God goes away. Why would that be the case?
Well, I'm sorry, repeat that. You're breaking up a little bit. I'm getting the most of what you're saying, but I don't want to misread you.
Okay. If you were born, say, in India, do you think that you would be a Christian?
Probably not, no.
Why do you think that is? That, like, on one side of the Himalayas, you would believe in God, and on the other side of the Himalayas, you may believe in no God, or maybe you believe in many gods, or maybe you believe in Confucianism, or maybe you believe in the energies of the universe.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Because someone's right and everyone else is wrong.
And because we're growing up on the west side of the Himalayas, we must be the right ones, as opposed to the guys on the east side of the Himalayas, which are wrong.
If you grew up in England, you would most likely be brought up an atheist. Does that make you any less correct?
Well, what I would have to go with is what the physical evidence shows. And physical evidence does not show an anthropomorphism of the universe.
Well, So, and I would, so this is what I would say is kind of, and we can kind of wrap this up, but what I would say is like my final argument is this is one dimension of Christianity, is the philosophy behind it, but I can equally argue, honestly, what convinced me of Christianity was looking into Jesus, and then what we started with. Oh, what's a better explanation of life? Would it be the Bible, or would it be evolution? Okay, and I would agree with you if
evolution doesn't explain.
Okay, yeah. The diversity of life. Sorry. But I would never try to argue against evolution with the Bible. I think it would just fall short. But what I would do is I would say, well, if you look at the historical evidence behind Jesus, all right, fine. I believe he is who he claimed to be. You may not. That's fine. I personally do. I think the evidence is good and it is strong that he is who he claimed to be. All right. And then he affirms the Old Testament. Fine. I'm going to take his word for it. And that's personally why I would never use that as a point of argument, because I understand it probably falls flat. However, when we're going into the whole of, you brought up of, well, you were raised in the West and therefore you're Christian. Sure, but that's a genetic fallacy, and you know that. Just because of how you came to learn something has nothing to do with whether or not it's true or not.
The point that I was trying to make was the fact that we can observe physical boundaries that prevent humans from crossing. And because each of us possess our own neuroses about the world, being intensely conscious beings, we find answers to those things. I think people are scared of death. The concept of disappearing forever is a very scary thing to think about. And they don't want to think that you just die and you become nothing. People don't like that. And so they come up with reasons to why this is. And considering that you have these boundaries that are physically difficult to cross, it logically follows that religions in general, all of them, were invented by man. Man wanted an answer to things it couldn't understand, and it came up with religion, and it used religion as a way to address their deaths. This is shown given the fact that there's that huge separation. Do you get my point?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. And I understand this is purely anecdotal. I would push back on that notion based on just personal experience, which I totally understand. This is not speaking for the masses or anything.
Have you read the Bible?
Yes, I have.
Because I read that entire thing, and I got to tell you, it killed my faith.
Yeah, well, I would say never read it in a vacuum, because there's so much cultural context and everything behind it that there's just no way any person can But anyway, what I would say is, me personally, the whole idea of dying and going off into nothing, that would be comforting to me. All right, the fact that I personally believe in a God, I find inconvenient, because I don't get to do half the stuff I would like to do.
What would you do if God didn't exist in your head?
Oh my goodness! The next time someone cut me off, I'd go ape. But
really?
I don't claim to. Yeah, I don't claim to be a good person. No, I would never claim to be a good person. People are like, "Oh, you think you're a good person because you're religious?" No, because I'm religious, I know I'm not a good person, because I'm constantly fighting my own instincts. So the
only thing that stops you from doing something horrible is your belief in God?
I mean, define horrible.
Like you said if somebody cut you off, you would go ape. Like, what do you mean by ape? Like, what, you're going to shoot them, or what do you?
No, nothing that crazy. But no, I don't say half the things I would like to say to people, because I'm like, all right.
Because you think that God is judging you? Like, there's a...
No, because I see them as the Imago Dei. I'm like, all right, this person is an image of God. God created them. God loves them. Therefore, is it incumbent on me to do the same? Okay? Even though there are people I really have no reason to like. And you know, and that is what it is. So
Why
it
not just
forces
have
me to
empathy towards your human beings? Like, you're a human
All right,
being,
well,
you would like to be treated with respect, so you treat other human beings with respect.
Well, first of all, I don't actually care if I'm treated with respect or not, because most people, if I'm being completely honest, I could care less what they think. But now you're begging the question. All right, you're assuming we're coming from a materialistic universe. Why should I treat someone with respect?
I'm saying, like,
if it
how
somehow
I come to.
benefits me.
I'm saying how I come to my conclusions. It's also not begging the question, right? I'm not. My premise is not assuming the truth to the conclusion. I'm saying how I come to my logical premises.
You're assuming
sans
a moral
God.
law. You're assuming some sort of a moral law. You're assuming right and wrong.
I subjectively come to the determination that I would like there to be less suffering, needless suffering in the world.
But I could equally come to a subjective claim that I don't care how much suffering's in the world. And
yes.
I mean, we
do that all the time. Yeah.
Right. So that's all just, I mean,
but do you understand that falls within reality as opposed to like God's quote unquote objective morality, where clearly people seem to disagree?
Well, not on the big things. We don't.
We do.
Like, I mean, I think we all agree that killing is wrong. We all agree that theft is wrong.
Also,
sure, we do. I know. On a grand scale, we do. I
mean, the Spartans were okay with the idea of killing and theft. Both of them were acceptable under certain conditions.
Who?
The Spartans.
The Spartans?
Mm-hmm.
Sure, but if you actually
we don't all agree on theft is wrong and killing is wrong. In fact, if somebody entered your house with a gun, it's probably safe to say you can kill them, right?
Well, I would differentiate between murder and killing. The Bible does.
I didn't say murder. I said killing. I never implied murder. Murder implies that it is wrong because it is an unjustified killing.
Okay.
But specifically, we're referring to somebody is coming into your house with a gun. You have a right to kill them, right? You'd agree with that?
You said they have a gun?
Yeah.
You'd have that
so
right.
Killing is not wrong on the basis of different contexts.
Right.
Same thing
with
yeah.
So I probably spoke too soon. I would rephrase that is we all agree that murder is wrong. Now I understand murder itself is a loaded term because, we're presuming that we all agree that it's wrong. I get it. It's kind of a circular argument there. But, even if you look at tribes that, practice cannibalism and everything, it's all very ritualistic in a sense
do you
that
see
they
why
seem
it's subjective?
Well, it's not though, because they very clearly understand that it's unnatural, which is why they ritualize it. So you can make the argument.
So you're saying like rituals are bad because this is just you're applying this is an actual fallacy. It's a naturalistic fallacy. That which is natural, therefore we ought to do it, is incorrect.
No, I'm saying that they seem to inherently recognize, just based on the outsider looking in, that there is something innately wrong about this because
clearly not because they're eating people.
Right, but they don't just simply do it. They have to make some big thing of it in order to, from the outsider looking in, as if they're trying to justify it to themselves.
I think what it is that and I'm just going to tell you, there's a reason why people like to presume, I would say, an objective morality. The problem is it's the morality is not objective, but I think the reason why people think that it ought to be objective, because they think that if it is subjective, therefore it doesn't matter. But the reality is there's lots of subjective things that 100% matter. Is it subjective to wear clothing, that it is a good idea to wear clothing when stepping outside? Yeah. Yeah, it's entirely, we as a society said, thou shalt wear clothes and not be naked, right? But there's nothing inherently saying that we ought not be naked. So, but we still came to the conclusion that we should wear clothes.
Right.
So it still matters. It's subjective that we ought wear clothes, but it matters in the sense that we all agreed to that. And so it's the same thing regarding morality. It's on the same ground.
Okay. I mean, I'm not going to get too much into the morality because I've never thought that the moral argument was that great of an argument for God. But I do think morality is objective because we claim subjective morality, but it never actually plays out.
I just explained every single way. Given the fact that you could even reference cannibals and the fact that there are people that are cannibals, we would assume that cannibalism is bad. And I agree with you. Cannibalism is bad. I think it causes needless suffering subjectively. And my subjective interpretation is the concept of needless suffering, right? Is that we ought not have needless suffering.
My argument
but
is
it's still subjective why I pick that. Like it's subjective to, like, there's some people that say, I think we should have more needless suffering, which fine. I mean, that's your position. I just don't think that that's necessary.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, like my whole point with the cannibalism was if you watch them, I don't think they believe it's correct either. I think they do it because of some sort of euphoric high it gets them, not like chemical, but like whatever it might be, because when you actually watch how it plays out, they seem to understand the unnatural nature of it. And when you were saying, does unnatural equal bad? I do believe in, I think the natural law, I think there's something to be said about it. You can't obviously derive all morality from the natural law, but I think that there's.
Well, what if you're hungry?
Definitely. Huh? What about it?
What if you're hungry?
What about it?
Can you cannibalize somebody if they're hungry?
No.
What if they're dead? From starvation, can you eat them then?
No. In fact, we know you can't because there's 1,000 parasites you would get.
What? You cook it? What do you mean? What?
Right. Even cannibals cook the meat too, and they still end up going crazy from it.
I'm reading here, this is off of Wikipedia, saying anatomically modern humans, Neanderthals and Homo antecessors are known to have practiced cannibalism to some extent in the Pleistocene. Cannibalism was occasionally practiced in Egypt during ancient and Roman times, as well as during severe famines. The islands and Caribs of Lesser Antilles, whose name in the origin of the word cannibal, acquired long-standing reputation as eaters of human flesh, reconfirmed as their legends were recorded in the 17th century. So yeah, I mean, again, it comes down to like even something as obvious as cannibalism that we ought not do. It's still subjective why people think that it is bad to eat cannibals. There's no objective rule that says thou shalt not eat human.
I mean, I would disagree. I think in the natural law is we don't do it, and we see how it plays out. Because I don't have anything in front of me right now.
I come to the subjective interpretation that it causes unneeded human suffering, and thou shalt not do it because of that.
Right. So, I forgot where I was even going with that. But yeah, no, I think if you. Yeah, I lost my train of thought, but yeah, I mean, but yeah, I wouldn't reason from God. I mean, not to mention, if you try to reason to God from the object of morality, it doesn't really get you anywhere other than sort of a vague notion of moral giver. But it's not an argument I would typically use anyway, but I mean, if pressed on it, do I think that morality is subjective? Yes. And I think we see how it plays out as objective.
Still don't know how.
Well, I mean, I explain it as best I can. Okay. I mean, I'm not, I'm not, I'm not going to pretend to be like a professional debater or anything. Yeah. Just that's the best way I can explain it.
Well, it's nice chatting you, Bill. Appreciate the call.
Yeah. Yep. Have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye.
Yep. Bye.
God defense. time? 4:09:15. All right, everybody. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I didn't think that I was having to get onto the boat of defending cannibalism. I'm just trying to make the point that even on some of the most obvious rules that we ought not do, it is subjective. It doesn't degrade morality at all to say it is subjective. It's still important. So it's just realizing what subjective versus objective means. The term subjective means it is up to a human's personal interpretation. Objective means it doesn't require any human personal interpretation whatsoever. It is what it is. So a good sniff test is, can you measure it? Okay, whatever that measurement is, that's objective. Okay, so a good example would be the diameter of Jupiter. It doesn't matter whether or not that there's a human capable of measuring the diameter of Jupiter. The diameter of Jupiter remains the same regardless of a person's ability to observe it. We know Jupiter has existed far longer than humans have existed, and so therefore the diameter of Jupiter is objective. However, when it comes to morality, it is up to individuals to decide this is right, this is wrong. The fact that we are arguing about it, saying that, hey, I agree, you disagree, and why there's constant, battles of agreement and disagreement, and my God is better, your God is better, is because it is subjective, right? It is up for individuals to interpret what is important versus not important. That's why that there's people that say LGBTQ bad. Other people say LGBTQ good. Do you see it? Because the morality behind it is ultimately a subjective framework. So my subjective framework is I want there to be the least amount of unnecessary suffering as possible and enable people to do the things that they see fit. And so I have all sorts of different moral reasons to what I would espouse to get that, albeit while it is subjective, doesn't remove its validity. I just think that people, they hear the word subjective and they think, okay, therefore worthless, therefore I can change it, right? It's not that simple. Josian says, I would say subjective is the opinion of a conscious, intelligent being. In the hypothetical case, there are other intelligent beings. Yes. Anyway, guys, I hope you guys enjoyed this call-in show. We do these all the time. So please, if you would do me a favor, hit the subscribe button, hit the like. Is there still a notification bell? Is that still a thing? Hit the notification bell if you would be a good bean. If you guys like this kind of stuff, you like this kind of discussion, let me see. The law of non-contradiction is objective. Well, so that's actually a tricky question because, and the reason why it's trickier than you think is because the laws that we're coming up with in logic, those are made up by humans. They're tools that we create to help explain the world around us. We use logic as a tool. It's possible that what if that there was a group of creatures that lead to the same outcome, but they don't have it's like an intuitive presence as opposed to like logic. That would, they would just have a different way of going about it, I guess. So I would say like the rule itself being made is just made up. It's up for individuals. But okay, Excadriller is saying we didn't make them up, we discover them. We just use them. We use them as tools to understand the world around us. But this like presumes like categorical imperatives. This requires like reading the Aristotle's Organon, I'll pull it up. Like it presumes things like objects and yeah. So here, I'll pull up a quick overview of it. Aristotle's Organon is the standard collection of 6 foundational treatises of logic and the dialectic written on the 4th century of BCE. It serves as a quote-unquote toolbox for correct reasoning, analyzing how to categorize concepts, form propositions, construct valid syllogisms, and identify fallacies. So there's the categories. See, once again, like right away, like it's using categories to determine things. It's putting things in like a standardized box, if you will. Imagine though that there existed a group of creatures that were able to just intuit these things without the need of these tools. In which case the concept of category would be weird to them. They would be like, why are you doing it that way? I hope that makes it anyway. I hope it makes sense. We use logic as just a tool that we use to figure things out. That's it. Anyway, y'all, I said that we were going to end up, and here I am talking about philosophy now. You guys are pulling me into it. Yeah, if you guys are not subbed, please sub. If you guys are not had not hit the like button yet, do hit that like button. I do appreciate it. The algorithm really likes to see engagement. So if you guys are engaging, that helps out my channel, and it's, you know, hopefully one day I get to the point where I can do this permanently. I appreciate y'all very much, and you guys have a great